Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have a formal communication to be made to the House. I want members to be attentive and to listen, because I take this statement seriously. Honorable members, the honeymoon period of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic is over. The business of Parliament, which is the business of the people, will be vigorously pursued. As members of this House, we represent the people and our country, Ghana. Ghanaians are looking up to us to lead, manage, and represent them, to be able to translate their values, aspirations, ethics, and aspirations into tangible goods and services. Our actions, attitudes, and approaches must therefore mirror the ways of Ghanaians. Over and beyond that, we must collectively be the standard of measure of the attitudes, values, ethos, and culture that we want reflected within the body politics of this country. My aspiration as Speaker is to lead this House into becoming the real trailblazer of the conduct that we want to see among Ghanaians. This Parliament And we as members have done the better part of half a year since we were sworn into office. I consider it most apposite at this time for us to pause for a moment, reflect on the past 6 months, and ask ourselves very searching questions about our stewardship so far as members of Parliament. How have we fared as the standard bearers of the Ghanaian society, given that we are the representatives of the people at the highest level of the political superstructure of this country? How have we modeled our conduct, approach, processes, practices, and procedures to reflect the hopes and aspirations of the people we represent? Honorable members, given the number of novel members of Parliament who joined this House 6 months ago, 123 members out of the 275, constituting 45%, it would not have been ideal to insist on certain expectations and responsibilities of a member of Parliament. There was a learning curve for the new members, which we all acknowledge. And I did indicate from the very onset that 6 months, which I refer to as a period of honeymoon, is enough for the new members to negotiate that curve. I have quietly observed their progress as well as that of the continuing MPs. And I'm happy with the quest to learn and to catch up with the roles, responsibilities, and expectations that Ghanaians have for their MPs. Consequently, I want to declare, and I hereby declare, that the honeymoon period is over. Henceforth, my demands and expectations of all of you will be nothing short of the optimum in all areas of the work and conduct of a member of Parliament. For example, the standing orders exist to help maintain discipline and decorum on the floor of the House. It is to bring respectability not just to us as members of Parliament, but also to the people we represent. Going forward, I will insist on adherence to standing orders like never before. Any intervention on the floor of the House that is no respecter of our practices and procedures, and that is not in synchrony with the standing orders, will not be countenanced. I therefore employ all members of the House to endeavor to be conversant with the provisions of the standing orders of Parliament. Please kindly also read the Code of Conduct as well as the Constitution. In addition, let us endeavor to understand the provisions of the Parliament Act 1965 at 300 and the Parliamentary Service Act 1993 as amended. I urge all members these provisions and refresh their memories, but also to read widely on the related issues. It will help to take particular note of the rules on the privileges and immunities of members of Parliament. We cannot be assessing privileges and we have not earned. We have a code of conduct which, among things, to, and I quote, rebuild public confidence in our political system in a period when citizens of this country and elsewhere are losing faith in politics and politicians. It is our duty to restore their trust through our conduct in the performance of our duties as politicians and public office holders, unquote. Honorable members, we need to do more in this regard. For those of you who are still behind in deploying the standing orders and code of conduct as a guide to what to do and what not to do on the floor of the House, you must have to speed up your mastery of the orders. The purpose of the standing orders is to make parliamentary business more organized, focused, and resource-driven. Parliament will be organizing more training sessions through the Parliamentary Training Institute. The Parliamentary Service Board, under my leadership, has put measures in place to strengthen the Institute, to organize intensive training and refresher courses for both members of Parliament and staff of the service. Having said that, I should commend members of Parliament, both the new and the old, who have attained admirable command over the standing orders. This has clearly manifested in the contribution of some MPs to the business of the House. It also shows in the discipline and decorum that attend the conduct of such members in the House. Honorable members, another area which must be of concern to all of us is actual practice. How do you translate the rules into reality? The decorum, the etiquette, the conduct and behavior, physical symbols of the House, such as the mace, Speaker's procession, bowing to the chair, and the seating arrangement in the House. These are all significant meanings. These have all significant meanings and contribute to the maintenance of order, decorum, decency, and dignity of the House. Members could get copies of a number of books, such as How Our Parliament Functions, written by the late K.B. Ayensu and S.N. Dakwa, and also a guide to the Parliament of Ghana. Don't forget to read The Evolution of Parliament in Ghana. Please, I have copies here. They are available in the House. You can acquire them and read. Particularly, a guide to the Parliament of Ghana. I sit here and I observe the conduct of members on the floor. And I don't think many of you have ever gone through it. The issue of punctuality and timeliness to the business of the House is an issue we must confront. A number of you have complained on the late sitting of Parliament, particularly Honorable Abuja. Public perception on these issues is not the best too, and it detracts from our integrity and the seriousness that the public expects to see in our deportment. I want to quote this. Being on time to appointments and meetings is a phase of self-discipline and an evidence of self-respect. Punctuality is a courteous compliment the intelligent person pays to his associates, unquote. Giving excuses using other committee meetings as the reasons why the chamber is empty or why we could not form a quorum is being questioned by members of the public. Committee meetings ought not to be showstoppers of the serious businesses on the floor of the House. Prioritization is the name of the game. Our choices are a reflection of what we hold dear, what we place a premium on, we pass off as unimportant, and the electorates are watching all these. Besides, we all know absenteeism is one of our challenges. No matter the justification for that, I know there could be instances where absence is inevitable, but the absence still places the entire institution of Parliament in a very negative light. I hereby serve notice that henceforth, Parliament will take serious view of such conduct. I am putting leadership, particularly the whips, on notice to devise measures that will ensure that lateness and absenteeism are reduced to the barest minimum. Please, you have to take note of the leave of absence. And I'm going to delegate that responsibility to the second Deputy Speaker. We have to vet and make sure that the reason you are giving for going to absent yourself is genuine and reasonable. We need to look at the numbers at any time that is present in the House. Honorable members, we need to restore respectability, seriousness, and dignity to this House. We must strengthen the confidence of those who sent us here. Late and absenteeism are not work attitudes that we want Ghanaians to adopt. And so, what I'm calling for is leadership by example. Honorable members, please, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not going to tolerate that. We have to listen to each other. Ashes is not all the time that you have to be moving around the house. Honorable members, what I'm calling for is leadership by example. That is all. And I pledge to show the way. You are at liberty to criticize me if you think that I am going wrong. But as I sit here, I will not tolerate any honorable members, don't test my patience and tolerance. I don't want to name names here, because the consequences are grave. Honorable members, I'm very sure you know I want to touch on is about how we turn up in the House. The parliamentary reference of being naked in the House was introduced for a purpose. It was to underline the fact that as members of Parliament, we ought to conform to a dress code. It is not about expensive and designer wear. It is more about tradition, decency, and discipline. It is about how the culture and tradition of dressing in the House reflects the expectations of our people. It is often said that, and I quote, clothing is a form of self-expression. There are hints about who you are in what you wear, unquote. The Russian proverb that, and I quote, when you meet a person, you judge the person by the clothes. When you leave the person, you judge the person by his or her heart, unquote. This is a truism. We have all subscribed to an acceptable way of dressing in this House. A dress code that we all are aware of. Ghana is unique and has an identity. That definitely should not be lost in how we dress. It must reflect in our dressing. I will encourage all of you to abide by that, because from now onwards, those who disregard the dress code will not find in me a pleasant person. Let us all strive to uphold the dignity, the majesty, the might, and the aura of Parliament. Conducting ourselves in an ethical and principled manner should be our creed. We must identify our values as individuals and as a collective and live by them. We are aware of how events of the dawn of January 7, 2021 have left a sour taste in the mouths of most observers of parliamentary process. We are also conscious of the fact that misunderstanding of parliamentary processes has at times led to suspicion of impropriety on the part of some members of Parliament. It will require a sustained, hard work to erase these misconceptions. I'm talking about a conscious effort at remodeling the profile of the Ghanaian MP through what we are seen to be doing, the transparency and integrity that govern what we do, and the outcomes and impact we achieve. We need to work together on this. I believe I'm right in saying that we all subscribe to our organizational vision of making Ghana's parliament a model one in Africa and one of the best in the world. This we cannot achieve if we continue with the business as usual. The business as usual approach to our work. We need a step change, and this will come with us taking ourselves a little bit more serious. Ours is a strong institution, an institution of might and majesty with a strong culture. What we need are a few changes here and there, and we'll be on the path towards achieving our vision. To the leadership of the House, I say your support in this regard is most crucial to the success of Parliament. Encourage, guide, and advise your membership in accordance with what we have all agreed on. However, if you encounter challenges, I'm always available to assist. The network of parliamentary monitoring organizations is also now wide awake and will keep an eagle eye on the House and its members. I've given the network my assurance of full cooperation and partnership in ensuring that Parliament delivers, not just in Ghana, but in the West African sub-region. Honorable members, we need to give the citizenry enough reasons to keep addressing us as honorable members of Parliament. As such, we owe it a duty to our compatriots and ourselves to handle this House with the decency it deserves. We cannot afford to lower the standards of Parliament and lead this country into an attitudinal decay. I am confident that members will support the leadership and the speakership to implement the vision of this Parliament to become a model Parliament in Africa. It's with this I end up by saying that the honeymoon is over. I thank you all for your attention. This is noticed to the whole world. When we say we are sitting at 2, it means we are sitting at 2. Nobody should try to come and distract the attention of speakership of leaders. We will ignore that because at that time our priority is sitting of the House. Honorable members, we now move on to correction of votes and proceedings and official. And we will start with the votes and proceedings of Friday, 16th July 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Yes, page 4.
Thank you. The Right Honourable Speaker, I was absent with permission. I see myself absent. I was absent with permission.
At page 4. Page 4, you are absent.
Actually, absence with permission is on page 5. I think I'm ahead of the game. Sorry.
Okay, page 5. Table office. You heard the honorable member, Honorable Amakofi Boa. So kindly take note. Page 6. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Paragraph 4, the following honorable members were absent.
Item 4, please.
Item 4, sorry. Number 21. Mr. Speaker, members of your committee, the Defense and Interior Committee, who were in WA to investigate a referral that you gave to us. So all of us have been designated as absent on that day. We were working in WA, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the evidence you gave us shows that you were absent. And so that's what has been captured. The only thing is whether you actually got permission. Because the Speaker can direct or instruct a committee to perform a function, but the Speaker doesn't add the date and when the function should be performed. And so when you are going to do so, you have to complete the forms, leave of absence, and give the reason. And then you'll be captured as absent with permission. These are some of the things I say you must learn. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very grateful for your clarification. And Mr. Speaker, I really wish this will also be extended to colleagues who come and sit in the committee meeting without coming to the chamber. And then when they are captured absent without permission, then they come to the whips complaining, we were in a committee meeting. I think this has to be reiterated. It has been said by almost all the speakers that once you are not in the chamber, even if you are conducting the business of this house, you need to indicate where you are, and permission must be granted. So we are happy you are saying this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chief Whip, thanks for the addition. That is how parliamentary business is conducted. And I recall the late Right Honorable Peter Lajiti gave a ruling on this matter. That is why you should, from time to time, glance at the official reports of yesteryears. That was a right ruling, and we will follow that ruling. Page 7. Yes, honorable member.
Item number 4, number 37. Mr. Speaker, please, last Friday I was present.
Please, which page?
Page 7.
Page 7,
Number
there is
37.
no item 4 there.
Continuation of item 4, number 37.
Number 37. Yes. Dr. Kofi Festus Ewa.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker. I was here last Friday. I've been marked absent.
You were here?
Yes, I boldly signed.
Table office. He says he was present on Friday. Take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Page 8. Honorable member, are you?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Please, page 7, item 5. Correction of votes and proceedings of the 29th sitting held on Thursday, comma. There should be a comma after Thursday for consistency. If you look at page 1, Friday, comma, 16 July, comma, 2021. So I think there should be consistency in the way we write the dates. I'm saying that there should be consistency in the way.
Yes, he's talking about punctuation, comma after Thursday.
Thank you.
Table office, take note. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Blackwell.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at page 9, item number 8, the last line, it should be authorities concerned to institute measures to address the menace. So we need to correct concern to concern, add an ED to concern. And Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 9, the theme for the Honourable Member for Edubiase's statement, it should be reimagining youth skills post-pandemic, reimagining, not reimaging, as has been captured here.
Yes, table office, kindly take note. Yes, your concern has been addressed. Thank you. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, the same issue about the date. So I'll plead with the table office to go through and make sure that they're all corrected. So page 12, the same issue, and the subsequent pages too. Thank you.
Table office, you have been reminded about the punctuation. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, item number 2, III. I'm sure if our distinguished colleague was here, she will have drawn attention. She is Mrs. Queensta Pukio Asoya, not Miss, as is accurately captured at page 5, item number 169. She is Mrs. Pukio Asoya. Her husband is my good friend.
Are you sure about that? Yes, table office. The Honourable Member is right. Take note of it. Page 19. Yes, Honourable Blackwell.
Right Honourable Speaker, I believe the Right Honourable Speaker will be sure about this one. At page 19, VII, Mr. Speaker, Kekeli David Damoga. We have Miss here for somebody called David. I'm yet to see any David who is a female. The item numbered VII. I know Kekeli can apply both ways, it's unisex, but the David, the middle name, I'm not sure that it should be missed. I think it should be Mr.
You said page 19.
Page 19, yes. Item number VII, 7. The fourth in a row.
Oh, Miss Kekeli.
Yeah, David Damoga.
David Damoga.
I believe it should be Mr.
You don't know the person, but since you know the person and you know the names, Kekeli cannot be a female.
My contention is that David. Also, Kekeli can.
But the
Africa,
David,
you know my
the
people
David,
are-
the
but-
David
but-
Damoga could be the same name or the husband's name or whatever. But if you know the person, we'll take note of it. It's Mr. Kekeli David Damoga. Page 20. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the items numbered 3II and 3III. Mr. Speaker, you have consistently drawn attention that we must have the full titles and positions, particularly the office that the names listed hold, the various offices that they hold. But Mr. Kwabena Boyd, we only have Ministry of Health. Mr. Inua Yusuf, just Ministry of Health. We are not told their roles, the positions they hold, as has been done for all persons who are listed, including the parliamentary service staff. Their various positions have been listed. So, if for consistency, if same can be done for items 3II and 3III.
Yes, clerks to committees, kindly take note. Table office, please also take note. We need to have full descriptions of participants and attendees to committee meetings. Page 21. Honorable members, in the absence of further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting of the second meeting of the second session held on Friday, 16 July 2021, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I don't have any copy of the official report, and so we move to item 5, urgent question. This question stands in the name of the Honorable Member for North Tong, Honorable Samuel Tuo Ablakwa. Please, Honorable Member, you may ask the question now. Minister to take the appropriate seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Finance how much the President's recent official travels to France, Belgium, and South Africa in May this year cost the Ghanaian taxpayer?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in line of the 2021 budget implementation instructions, the Ministry of Finance did not release any funds to the Chief of Staff specifically for His Excellency the President's trip to France, Belgium, and South Africa, or any other destination. The current practice is that the Ministry of Finance releases quarterly funds to the heads of department, in this case, Office of Government Machinery, the Chief of Staff, for all the operational activities of the office. To facilitate the safe coordination of the President's travels, domestic and foreign, that is, the Office of Government Machinery and the National Security Secretariat work together to achieve this. Mr. Speaker, the President's domestic are matters to do with national security. The National Security Minister is really best placed, Mr. Speaker, to furnish this Honourable House with the details needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, a very most disappointing response indeed. My first supplementary question, Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister had earlier communicated to this House that he needed more time to respond to this question, which was admitted by the Right Honourable Speaker since the 1st of June 2021. Can we know on what basis the Honourable Minister requested for more time when he is now telling us that this is a matter for the National Security Minister to respond to?
Majority Chief Whip, is the member out of order?
Speaker, in this House, as is the practice, we deal with facts, truth, and accuracy. I heard my good friend say that the minister had indicated that he needs more time. Can my good friend be magnanimous enough to prove what he just stated? Evidence of where and when the minister made that statement.
I didn't expect Majority Chief Whip to interrupt the proceedings this way and to rather ask a question. No. I allowed you because I thought you were rather going to express worry about his initial statement that he's disappointed with the answer given by the minister. I thought that is what you wanted to react to, but not the other aspect. The minister is called upon to answer a question. The answer could please or displease you or disappoint you, but that is the answer the minister has to give. You can probe further, and that is why we have opportunity for supplementary questions. And so I did ask whether you have any supplementary question, which you decided to exercise your right to do so. And so the other aspect definitely should not have come in at all. You have the opportunity to make sure that the answer from the minister doesn't disappoint you. So please, Honorable Blackwell. Let me hear you again.
Mr. Speaker, this question, which you admitted, Mr. Speaker, since the 1st of June, was advertised on the order paper of 16th June to be responded to on the 17th of June, a copy of which I have here. On the 17th of June, it was not captured on the order paper. This was widely reported by the media. We were told that day, Mr. Jetro, I can mention his name, the clerk at table, informed me, as is the practice, that the Honorable Minister has requested for more time. That is why it was taken off the order paper that day. So I want to find out, I hope that that satisfies the majority chief whip. These are the facts. Why did the finance minister ask for more time if all this while, several weeks, you duly acknowledged that this question was rightly admitted and it's in your bosom? What has happened that suddenly we are being told that it's for the National Security Minister to respond to, when all along in your communication with Parliament, in your dealings with Parliament, you have not raised any objection about this question? You have not said you don't have the answers. So it's a legitimate follow-up question based on the facts as has transpired over the period.
Honorable members, let's don't belabor this issue. The minister says the National Security Minister is best placed to furnish this House with the details needed. Let's pursue it that way. Yes, please. You have.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Finance Minister, by way of supplementary question, if this transaction did not go through the Give Me system, which is under his control, and so is able to know all of these expenditures. The Give Me system.
Yes.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on Order 69. Order 69. Yes, it is so. 69. For the avoidance of doubt, as soon as a question is answered in the House, any member, beginning with the member who asked the question, may without notice ask supplementary question, further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. But a supplementary question may not be used to introduce matter not included in the original question. Mr. Speaker, on the strength of this, I contend, one, that the question that has been asked with respect to give mix or whatever as a form of payment was never included in the answer so advertised. Two, yes, that's my application to Mr. Speaker. I am making an application to the Mr. Speaker that your question, supplementary question, is not in accord with 69. So if you gently listen to me, Mr. Speaker can rule. Mr. Speaker, two, I also contend that the long speeches premising the earlier question which you ruled out is not aimed at doing justice to the matter in issue. Mr. Speaker, supplementary question is very clear, and I've quoted the rules. If my colleague wants us to go strictly by what the rules say, so be it. But if you want to use it to be throwing political punches, you know what to do. You may use another platform other than this chamber. But as far as, Mr. Speaker, the rules provide, I humbly urge on Mr. Speaker that on on the strength of this, Mr. Speaker, kindly rule him out of order. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little befuddled about my supposed request for additional time. I'm trying to determine...
Minister, don't refer to that one. Just go specifically to the issue.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The issues of gift-miss. When we give our quarterly releases for goods and services, etc., it does not really include line items for president's travel, etc., etc. And so we will not have those specific costs coming through the gift miss. And as I mentioned, with the operational work that is done between OGM and the National Security Services, those categorizations are not very clear because of the national security implications that I have mentioned earlier on.
Yes. You have a last supplementary.
Right, Honourable Speaker, my final supplementary question. If I heard the Honourable Minister clearly, is the Honourable Minister telling this House that there are some payments that are allowed outside the gift me system? Is that
No, that's not what he said. He said they come global as to the details of the items that have been spent on is not in the gift mix. They don't have that details there. That is the answer.
Mr. Speaker, the gift miss system, there are line items, there are specific codes for each transaction. That's what we know. That's what we've been working with in this House. So, has something changed, Mr. Speaker?
That is not a supplementary question. You just express your view. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'll rephrase. Is there a separate gift miss arrangement for this kind of transactions?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, this has national security implications. Mr. Speaker, there will be, therefore, a general line item for travel and co in the gift miss, in which we do not interrogate whether it's the Vice President or the President's trips. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker, I did mention...
Honourable Minister, you may resume your seat.
Thank you.
Honourable members, I thought the Minister has given clear indication as to where to get the full details of the answer. And I think we should move further than that. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your discretion, some supplementary questions may get us to get the Minister to give probably a more detailed answer. And if you are minded to take one or two colleagues on this, it may be helpful. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying this is we have Honorable Atuforsin, who has been at the Ministry of Finance, and it's also very familiar with the give me system that the minister is talking about. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Minister, whether he does make direct payments on things that are procured at the office of the President, we have other members that are familiar with us. It would be most grateful if one or two members could be permitted, even if it is one just supplementary question from each of them. That may help us to get some more answers. We'll be grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, the question is not on gift mix system. The question is not on that. Ask the question as a supplementary on what we have. That I will allow. Yes, so if Honourable Atuforsin wants to ask a supplementary question, why not?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Finance, using the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, the PFM Act 2016, in Section 102, interpretations, interpret minister to mean Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, again, if you are to look at the PFM Act, Section 4.1, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read, it says, the minister is responsible for policy and strategic matters related to the efficient operations of the public financial management systems of the country, subject to policy guidance from Cabinet. The Speaker, the 2 says, for the purposes of subsection 1, and subject to the Constitution and any other enactment, the minister shall, Mr. Speaker, I'm more interested in E, F, and H. And the E says, the minister shall account for public funds through a consolidated public account. That's E. And Mr. Speaker, F goes on to say the minister shall supervise the financial operations of a covered entity. Mr. Speaker, the national security is a covered entity under this law. The Office of Chief of Staff is a covered entity under this law. The law empowers the minister responsible for finance to supervise activities. The Speaker, it goes on in H to say that, H says that, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, it says that manage public funds. So, Mr. Speaker, the law empowers our Minister of Finance with all of this. My question, Mr. Speaker, my question is, based on the Public Financial Management Act, is the minister responsible for finance saying that he could not ask for information since he's the minister responsible, he's the supervising minister responsible for public funds from the National Security and the Chief of Staff's office? That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, clearly is not supplementary. Clearly is not supplementary. On issues of supervision and the rest, yes, they are there. But when you allocate money to a ministry, agency, and the rest, they are, as you know very well, some are global figures. And the ministries now spend them on the detailed items. Now, after the expenditure, there's another process you go through before you feed the supervising ministry, Ministry of Finance. Is that not the process? And so the way he submitted the answer, if you actually want the detailed answer now, he says it's with the. If at the end of the day, the budgets come and you go through, you don't see the details, then you can ask him to account. But the way he answered it, he doesn't say he's not supervising them, no, but the details on those things, please, this minister can easily get them for you. So I believe that we should move on and get Honorable Ablakwa. Your no will not stop me from moving on. I want to listen to Honorable Ablakwa. I mentioned his name.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I unreservedly apologize. I was caught in the moment. I meant no disrespect. I'm very sorry. So, no, withdrawn.
Yes, he's my son-in-law, so he knows his limits. We have many questions. Now, I want to give to one person the last supplementary question. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is true that the question is not on gift mix, but the Minister for Finance sitting in his office has the authority to query gift mix and get any information about expenditure that has been captured in gift mix. But Mr. Speaker, when you release money to agencies in bulk, expenditures from those monies must go through an approval and a warrant process, and that warrant process commits the expenditure to specific item lines. And so we are not asking of the bulk money you sent to the office of the president, but the expenditures emanating from those monies went through a budget approval process and warrants were issued committed to specific expenditure lines. And once it is entered into that expenditure line, the minister sitting in his office is the only person in Ghana who can access that information at any level of detail. So for the minister to say that he needs to get the information from another ministry, when with the press of the button, you can query the specific expenditure item called travel and tell the details on those travels. Mr. Speaker, I think he's avoiding the question. Did they issue warrants in order to pay expenditures relating to the president? And where was it entered? In the gift mix.
Yeah.
Honorable members, we move on to the next question. I'm doing so because I think I was trying to draw your attention to something you are not taking care of. You have processes. You have processes. The processes take time. And reading the answer, he has left those processes in doubt. But he says, if you ask this specific person, he will be able to get you those details there. That is why I'm saying that it doesn't arise. These supplementary questions you are asking doesn't arise. Let's move forward, get the person involved to come to answer the questions and give the details. Please. Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the Minister of Finance provided an information on who is the appropriate minister to respond to the question. Mr. Speaker, we might go and ask the security minister. He also come and said He doesn't control the budget. He does not control the budget of the office of the president. So I want to find out from the minister. Is the minister saying that the travels of the president are financed under the budget of the national security? Because he says that in the last paragraph that it says that the president's domestic and international travels are matters to do with national security. The national security minister is the best placed to furnish this house with the details needed. The detail we need is the cost of the travel. Is the Minister of Finance saying that the national security minister is the one who controls the budget that finances the president's travel? So that when we ask him, you'll be able to provide the information. Thank you, Mr.
Actually, I didn't get your supplementary question. What is the supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'm picking the question from the answer provided by the minister. The last paragraph of the minister's answer says that, Mr. Speaker, the president's domestic and international travels are matters to do with national security. The national security minister is best placed to furnish this honorable house with the details needed. And Mr. Speaker, the detail that we need is the cost of the travel. So if he's saying that he is the minister best placed to provide the details, my question is that national security minister is the one who controls the budget that will finance the president's travel. That is my question. Is it the national security minister that controls the budget that finances the president's travel, both domestic and international?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did state from the beginning that the Chief of Staff works with the National Security Secretariat to facilitate the safe coordination of the President's travels. So there's obviously interactions between them as to how much is to be spent on that. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House is also well aware of national security implications of various activities that are done, and that is why they have certain protocols with national security. Mr. Speaker, all things may be permissible, but not all things may be beneficial. And it's therefore always the House knowing what it is that they have to do in camera and what they do not have to do in camera, which leads us to this. Mr. Speaker, I still contend that the best placed person to furnish this Honorable House with the details would be the National Security Minister, in which your answers the appropriate answers would be given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we move on to the next question. Majority Leader, is there any issue?
Well, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, you have moved on, so I wouldn't have much to say about it. But I was in the office listening to proceedings. Mr. Speaker, what I got from this, the question is asked of a minister, and the minister says that he is not responsible for it. And he relates to the specific ministry that has the charge for it. Is it the case that that minister has come, has been invited, and the minister is denying responsibility? If that's the case, then we can litigate the matter. But the minister has not been invited. So how can we continue this way? And I heard you rule that, or give a directive that we should move on. And yet your path was crossed to say that we should allow some limited intervention. And I thought that ought not even have been entertained. But
I haven't heard you at all. I haven't heard you.
In respect of?
All what you said.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You are not speaking into the mic. And so you are not audible.
Well, Speaker, the point I made is this. Our orders provide in 62(1). Questions may be asked of ministers relating to public affairs with which they are officially connected. Mr. Speaker, that is the essence of my own intervention. You moved, you ruled, or directed that we should move on. As I said, I was listening to proceedings. At a point in time, I heard you direct that we should move on and the question should be filed or refiled. And then an intervention was made against the direction that you provided. And I'm saying that ensuing from this is what I have come to hear. And I'm saying that if a person or a minister is not officially responsible, can this House force that person to be officially responsible? If the person mentioned is invited and he denies responsibility, then the House could litigate the matter further. But the person has not been invited. So what are we doing? The Speaker, that is the point I raised. And I'm saying that I've taken a cue.
Yes, majority leader, you are right.
Thank you very much.
But when it comes to supplementary, I won't know what question the person will ask until it is asked. And usually it's proper to give members the opportunity to air their views. When I see it's not supplementary, I overrule it. And I've done that a number of times. And now I believe that we have to move on. That is why I said we'll go to the next question. And the next question stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, the Member of Parliament for Bursa South. Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance if government took a loan or loans to finance the implementation of the free senior school policy.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government has taken no loan to specifically finance the free SHF policy. Mr. Speaker, the free SHF school policy has since its inception been financed from the annual budget funding amount and Government of Ghana funding sources. Over the 5 years, a total amount of 7.62 billion has been allocated to implement the free SHS program. Out of this amount, 4.18 billion was sourced from Government of Ghana, representing 54.76%, while the balance of 3.44 billion, representing 45.24%, came from APFA. Mr. Speaker, the free senior high school policy education provides free education for all Ghanaians in senior high school to ensure that no child is denied access to education. This includes tuition, meals for both boarders and day students, textbooks, library fee, boarding fee, science laboratory fee, examination fee, and utility fee. Mr. Speaker, student enrollment at the senior high school level has increased from 881,600 in 2016 to 1,261,125 in 2021, primarily due to the free senior high school policy. Mr. Speaker, 5 years after the implementation of the free SHS, 411 out of the 465 candidates who scored grade A in all subjects at the 2020 WASI exams were beneficiaries of the free SHS program in Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, free SHS beneficiaries constituted 88% of all candidates who scored grade A in all subjects at the 2020 WASI exams. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we must all be heartened that it has yielded such positive results, thus enhancing social mobility to create a wealthier, inclusive, and empowered society. The green seeds of growth for a confident and prosperous society for all is indeed in ascendancy. As President Akufo-Addo has stated, the process of expansion of educational opportunity has to be the bedrock of educational policy in the 21st century for our nation if we are to make the rapid transformation of the social and economic lives we all seek. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any supplementary question? Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on May 25th, 2021, Bloomberg.com published an article titled "Ghana to Sell Sustainable Bonds for Up to $1 billion by July." Mr. Speaker, in the said article, the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Charles Edubuahi, is quoted as follows, quote, "The proceeds would help refinance domestic debt used for social and environmental projects, including loans taken to pay for government's free senior high school policy." Mr. Speaker, I would want the Minister for Finance to reconcile his response with what is said to have been quoted by the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance.
Well, Minister, you are being called upon to reconcile, if in what you just said, against a publication from Bloomberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would really encourage my colleagues. I really have an open door policy to give me a call when such statements are made. Mr. Speaker, I don't know the facts of that matter, and it won't be. It's not a policy that we have. We are going to have a green bond, that's for sure, but we have not stated specifically that it will be used for. It will be used for senior high education. I think Mr. Speaker, I cannot authenticate the statement that the Honourable Member of Parliament has stated.
Any further supplementary, Honourable Member?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. For the sake of the records, I wish to state that the said article is still on Bloomberg.com. It is still there as of this morning, indicating very clearly that the Minister of State at the Finance Ministry says that proceeds from this $1 billion bond would be used to pay loans taken to finance government's free senior school policy. This is a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, we all know that Bloomberg is no small entity. And therefore, I want to restate that my source is authentic. The article is still there. Neither the minister nor the Minister of State in question has come out to deny and to challenge Bloomberg on this publication. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I restate my question. how does the minister reconcile?
Again, you restate your question.
I repeat my question.
The question that has been answered.
Very well. Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me ask a supplementary question from the minister's answer. Mr. Speaker, in the second paragraph, the minister indicates very clearly that to date, government has expended some 7.62 billion Ghana cedis on the implementation of the policy. Mr. Speaker, only last year, July, the Minister for Finance was in this House to present the mid-year review budget statement. In that statement, on page 2, the Minister indicated, quote, "We invested 3.2 billion to implement free senior high school, resulting in over 1.2 million teenagers being in secondary school now, looking forward to better opportunities in life." Mr. Speaker, in just 1 year, based on the 3.2 and the 7.62, it will suggest that there's been a quantum leap of 4.42 billion Ghana cedis expended on the implementation of the free senior school policy. If I may ask the minister, what accounts for this?
Well, Minister, you may answer the question. The 3.2 million investment in the program as against the current figure of 7.62 billion allocated to implement the program. Is there a quantum leap? Yes. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question, indeed. Mr. Speaker, I can get the full details for Honorable Member. But Mr. Speaker, we should also remember that we had extraordinary expenses last year to enable our children to go to school, from PPEs to sanitation equipment, and that really ramped up. As you know, we spent over 13 billion cedis extra last year in all sorts of expenditures, and with revenues also coming down. So we'll be able to break it down for you, but 2020 was an extraordinary year for all levels of expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I'll be prepared to bring that breakdown. Thank you very much, sir.
You heard the Minister. Your last supplementary.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that the Minister will return to the House with the details, as he has said.
The details of the quantum leap in expenditure.
Very well, sir.
Yes, you
Mr.
have
Speaker.
to bring him to give us the details.
Mr. Speaker, my last supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response to my question, he goes at length to itemize the variables that constitute free. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, on page 5, he indicates this includes tuition, meals for both boarders and day students, textbooks, library fee, boarding fee, science laboratory fee, examination fees, and utility fees. Mr. Speaker, only last week, the Minister for Education was in this House to respond to a question regarding the procurement of past examination questions. In the responses of the Education Minister, it became clear that government had expended some 68.5 million to procure past questions for students who wrote their WASI exam in 2020 and those who are preparing to write their WASI exam in 2021. May I know from the Minister whether this expenditure has contributed to the cost of the quantum leap that I've just indicated?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Could you please repeat the tail end of your question? Could you please repeat
the cost? The Minister for Education was here and gave figures indicating that those figures represented amounts that were spent in the procurement of past examination questions for students. And his question is whether all that contributed to the quantum leap in the expenditure on the free senior high school. Honorable Member, I think I got you right.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, last year was an extraordinary year, and certainly other expenditures were incurred, but we should be able to supply this issue of a quantum leap to honourable members. Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Honorable Abuja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a comment. When the Honourable Minister speaks, he speaks so slowly that many of us can't even hear. He's not audible enough. So the next, he's told we know he's a calm speaker. So let him speak so that he'll be audible enough for us to hear him. Mr. Speaker, my question is this. The Minister says in his answer, the first paragraph, no loan has been specifically taken to finance free SHS. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the Minister. We know there are so many donor-funded or loan-funded projects on the campuses of senior high schools. Is the definition of free SHS to say that it's just the fees that when we are paying for the expansion of the facilities is not intended to enhance free SHS? Is that the understanding of free SHS, that it doesn't include infrastructure or goods and services except fees? That is my question. Does free SHS funding not include infrastructure, goods and services? Because it says no loan. We know that there are projects going on school campuses that are not necessarily GOG funded. In any case, Mr. Speaker, the GET fund has been collateralized to pay for those projects. It's a loan. So can he further explain what his answer means by no loans for free SHS? Can you explain?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're in a budget deficit financing situation in which, therefore, domestic borrowing, international borrowing, all go towards supporting the budget in a sense. I try to narrow it down to what GOG is doing and what APFA is doing, so there's a certain clarity on that. But as long as we run a budget deficit and issue bonds and get loans from donor partners, I guess one wouldn't know who benefits from all of that. All of us benefit from that. In addition, as you rightly mentioned, we also securitize some of our GET fund proceeds, which then raised somewhere, I think we targeted $1.5 billion or so equivalent. I think we've gotten maybe about $2 and change billion CDs, which has been used to further support infrastructure activities in the educational sector. So that's the explanations for all of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Adongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard the minister make an emphatic statement that we've never borrowed to finance the free SHS, and it's a house of records. The minister is aware that when he appeared before this house to approve the Eurobond for 2019, one of the items for the utilization of the Eurobond was 2.4 billion Ghana reclassified as free SHS. Is he saying that after we raised the Eurobond money, he used the money for something else other than free SHS, in which case he's now claiming we've not borrowed on free SHS, and yet the Eurobond utilization proceeds included free SHS of 2.4 billion. Did he misappropriate the Eurobond for something else? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you have it as supplementary. You have made a statement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking whether the utilization, the Eurobond utilization that we approved in this House for 2019, which included specifically 2.4 billion Ghana cedis to finance free SHS, amount to a loan to finance free SHS. Is he now saying that he did not spend that money on free SHS as he made the House to believe?
Well, it's a loaded question. First, we have to establish that we approved the Eurobond, and in it there was this amount meant to finance free senior high school. That has not yet been established. And now you are jumping to ask the question, have you misapplied that amount? So let's go step by step.
So my question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. We approved that 2.4 billion Ghana cedis of the $3 billion Eurobond should be spent on free SHS. I want to ask the minister, did he indeed spend 2.4 billion of the Eurobond money on free SHS?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that, and thank you, Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister, you have my permission to demask.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a special COVID problem, and so it's doctor's advice. I should try and project my voice so that we can all hear it. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Speaker, typically our Eurobond proceeds certainly support the budget, and then usually for liability management purposes that we use that for. So in that regard, in terms of the plethora of activities that are used for those funds, I think are quite clear to us. And any thought of misappropriation is not where the issue is in any way. And so if there's any further elucidation that he wants, we can certainly do the analysis and bring it to him for that. I think there has to be, yeah? So, Mr. Speaker, that's it. It's typically used to support the budget, and also for liability management is what we use. In terms of misappropriation of those proceeds, I don't think that's really the issue at hand right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we agree that the Eurobond program is to finance or support the budget and liability management. But when you specifically identify an activity and assign an amount to it, and that convenes this House to give you the approval, you cannot now be saying that the money is for general budgetary support. You must spend specifically as we have approved in the utilization program. So my question is, did Minister ask us for approval to spend 2.4 billion Ghana cedis of the Eurobond money on free SHS? If it is, how come he says we haven't borrowed to finance the free SHS? Thank you.
I always tell you to go one by one. You've gone back to the issue I raised. Let's establish that first. Then you can move to, he has asked you now. You don't manage the House for me.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. And we approve the Eurobond utilization funds, detailing specifically what it was going to be used for, and it was approved and captured in the Hansard in this House. And unless otherwise, the minister is disagreeing with me that he brought us a utilization program.
I say let's establish that first.
So my question is, Minister, did you identify 2.4 billion Ghana cedis to be spent on free SHS under your Eurobond utilization program for 2019?
Well, Minister, is it the case that in the Eurobond, that amount he mentioned was identified for the free senior high school policy implementation?
Mr. Speaker, I think I can really confirm the statement that he is alluding to. I'll check up and let him know where that statement is from, and then to indicate how those resources are used. But Mr. Speaker, we don't go out to raise money and misuse those proceeds in any way. And so I really, I think we should establish that fact first before we move on with any answers that may not be correct. So, Mr. Speaker, you may want to give us some time to do that. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw the attention of the Minister. Is the Minister aware that in 2017, the total budgetary allocation to the free senior high school program was 400 million, and for 2018 it was 1.137 billion, 2019 1.682 billion, and 2020 2.429 billion, 2021 1.974 billion, totaling in all 7.23 billion that he has alluded to in his answer. And in that regard, there's no quantum leap in the allocation. Is the Minister aware of that?
The Majority Leader is clearly out of order. But he has made the statement, and so it's on record. Let's move on. Any other supplementary, or we move to the next question? Yes, Honorable Dr. Rashid Beko.
Mr. Speaker, when the question was asked the minister whether he was aware that a portion of the Eurobond was labeled for the use of the money for free senior high school. He says that he has to go and check. Is the minister not in control of his fund and did not know that he requested that money? Is he not aware that when he came to Parliament here to request the money, that detail was part of it? Is he not aware that he must go and check? I'm surprised.
Yes, honorable member, the minister simply stated that as he stands here, he cannot confirm. He will have to cross-check. And so he added that if we want those details, he will supply them later. I think there's nothing wrong with that. So if we want those details, we can still pursue the issue. And then we'll be called back to give us the details. But as of now, you know, when you are speaking on oath. It's not just a matter of the allocation, but there's a specific amount which has been stated. You have to be sure of all that so that you don't seem to be misleading the House. Let's move to the next question. And that's question number 238. Standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Doma East, Honourable Paul Apreku Chum Berma. Yes, Honourable Member, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Finance the cost of air travel of the President using chartered flights between the period of 2013 to 2016.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated in my response to the question from Honorable Samuel Kujata Blacko, the air travel for the President, including the cost for the advanced team, flight arrangements, security, accommodation, and air tickets, are coordinated operationally between the Office of the Government Machinery and National Security Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, the President's domestic and international travels are matters to do with national security. The National Security Minister is best placed to furnish this Honourable House with the details that are needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'll take clue from the answer from the Minister and ask the question at appropriate place. Thank you.
We move on to the next question. Question number 103, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Time, Honourable Adama Suleimana. Yes, Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Oh, we've moved on to a different sector. Sorry. Honourable Minister for Finance, on behalf of the House and on my own part, I want to thank you for attending upon the House and asking, at least answering the questions that have been posed to you. We are extremely grateful and you are hereby discharged. Yes, the Honourable Minister for Energy to take the chair now. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Speaker, the Minister is unavoidably absent, and he communicated same to us. leadership have conferred and have come to some understanding that since his deputy is here, with your leave, he may proceed with the answers, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Education. Honorable Member, please repeat the question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the electricity extension project ongoing in the Time constituency will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The 13 communities in the Time district, namely Menje, Brohani, Hani, Brodi, Fula, Bedu, Bepoayase, Kumo, Tainso, Segwa, Amangwase, Yabraso, Namansa, Akoro, Nsoko, and the Bibi have been earmarked to benefit from the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shop 4 Rural Electrification Project. Electrification works in Menji, Fula, Kumo, Yabraso communities have since been completed, and high voltage construction works have also been completed in all the remaining 9 communities. Transformer substation and low voltage network construction works have been completed in Brodi, Bedu, Pikwayase, Amangwase, and Nsoko communities. Dressing works have been completed for the second transformer substation at Brodi community and awaiting commissioning, whilst dressing is ongoing at Brohani Hani. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry, it's not complete. 560 out of the 750 low voltage poles required for Namansa Akura, Tainso Sekwa, and Debibi communities have been supplied. The project contractor is currently working at Debibi community and would continue to the others upon completion. The Ministry of Energy expects the completion of these works to be completed around end of 2021. Thank you. I think that's the end of the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. In the Minister's answer, he states that LV network construction works have been completed in Brodi, Badu, Bepayase, Amangwase, and Nsoko. Minister, I want to find out if you are aware that in Bepayase, the only project that has taken place is planting of poles. In Bepayase, it's planting of poles. Thank you.
Are you aware that in Bepoyase, it's only poles that have been planted?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information I have, as I stand here, is what I have given. If the honourable member so please, I will do extra checks and then come back to the House and give you the appropriate answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. Also, the Minister states that 560 out of 750 LV poles required for Namasa, Akore, Taiso, Sepa, and the baby communities have been supplied. And that the project contractor is currently at DBB. My question is, Minister, are you aware that out of the 250 LV posts approved for DBB, only 40 have been provided, and that he cannot complete Broad DBB without the post so that he will move to the other centers? So I'm asking whether you are aware that only 50 posts of the approved 250 posts have been provided at DBB.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information that I have is that the numbers stated have been supplied. I don't know if maybe the honourable member is not aware as to exactly where they have been located. And I can liaise with you later on to furnish you with more information. But as far as we are concerned, we have supplied these materials. Contractor is DBB, and we will be able to contact the contractor to let the honourable member know exactly what is pertained on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, you have another supplementary? Okay.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the assurance. But to state that one of the communities was not captured at all in your answers, Kwaku Donko. It was not captured at all. So I want to find out the status of. I want to find out the status of Kwaku Donko on the project list. It was not captured at all, and in fact, it is 16 communities, not 13. So I want to find out the status of Kwaku Donko.
Which community are you talking about?
Honourable Speaker, Kwaku Donko is also a community in the Time constituency where the project is almost completed but was not captured in the answer. It was not captured in the answer from the minister.
Yeah, the question you posed was not community specific. You didn't mention communities. Yes. And so it's the minister that decided to give details and talked about 13 communities. And that is where they have some work ongoing. And so you can't ask, because you did not ask about that community. It's not in your question. The community you are talking about is not in your question. So you want him to give you further information on that one. Well, that's not part of the answer, and it's not part of the question. Yes, Minority Deputy Whip, you want to help your colleague?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, you are right. The Honourable MP is also partially right. Mr. Speaker, Kwaku Donko is a community in Time with electrification program ongoing, just as those communities mentioned. From the Honourable MP for Time, he's saying that there are 16 communities in Time with electrification project ongoing. And he wanted to inquire from the Honourable Minister when those communities programs will be completed. That is the answer. Yeah, Kwaku Donko is one of the 16 communities with a program ongoing. You have work ongoing at Kwaku Donko, just as those you mentioned here. Yeah, the member is saying that the minister has stated the status of all the other communities, about 13, leaving only 3. And he wanted to know the status of those 3 communities as well, including Kwaku Donko.
Well, the difficulty we have is that it's a supplementary question. And the supplementary comes from the answer. You see, and this one is, if you knew that there were 16 communities and you had itemized them and he had responded to 13 out of the 16, then you can ask a supplementary on the 3 remaining communities. But you haven't done so. And so he may, if he has information, respond to this one. But the minister is not compelled to answer. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is one of us from this, the genuine constituency, which is Wenchi. I would just want to plead with you, if the honourable member, after sitting will engage the minister and give in some of the facts so that they can work together to make sure that they bring the work into conclusion. I think that's the essence of the question. If that is okay with you, then
I have no problem. I don't know whether the minister has information on this community he's talking about. If you have, respond to it. If not, it's not part of the supplementary questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what tends to happen sometimes is some of the communities are contiguous, and the ministry tends to label it with one name. So it may well be that the Kwakudonko is subsumed in one of the communities that has been stated. Like the minority leader said, we should meet and then throw more light.
Anyway, honorable member approached the ministry to check on the status of the remaining 3 communities and then impress on them to complete it expeditiously.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Question number 106 stands in the name of the honorable member for Sabuba constituency, Honorable Joseph Nipe Bukari. Honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy the steps being taken to resume work on the rural electrification projects of the following communities which have been abandoned since 2017. Mr. Speaker, they include Nakpa, Nakwambwa, Nankwia, Nanyeni, Nayil Sachido, Namongbani, Bichakiado, Dungbon, Yakpap, Wandamdo, Mangalmbido, and Germany. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister, you may answer the question. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Namuang Bani, Bichai Kiado, Nampambolin, and Wandamdo form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP 5 rural electrification project in the Saboba district of the northern region. Network construction works involving high voltage, low voltage, and transformer substations have been completed in Wandamdo and Nampambolin communities. The high voltage network construction has been completed in Namwanbani and Bichakiado communities. Low voltage poles required for these communities have been supplied and erected at site. The delays in the completion of the electrification projects in the mentioned communities are as a result of shortage of some key materials and equipment, including 25 square millimeter PVC aluminum conductor, 50 square millimeter aluminum conductors, D-iron, and others. The ministry is expecting some deliveries of materials and equipment and will arrange for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by end of 2021. The remaining communities, namely Nakpa, Nangpe, Nayeni, Nayil Sachido, Dongbang, Yakpab, Manambido, and Jamwani communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing projects. The ministry has noted the communities and will be considered in subsequent phases of the electrification projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before 2017, all these communities listed that the minister is saying they do not form part of the project. The same contractors working in Bichakiado and Amongbani, where there was the same contractor working in those communities, and work is at various levels of completion. It is not so surprising that the ministry that conducted those works are now telling me that they do not form part of the work. I want to find out from him whether there was a review after 2017 and those communities removed or what happened? That work has gone on, planting of poles, cabling, and a lot of materials in those communities. Now they are abandoned and not part of the project. I want to know from him.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's records is what I have stated. I don't know whether the honourable member was the member of parliament in the area at the time that he's talking about. I don't know. You were? Right. I don't know if you started it or somebody started it, but the ministry's records actually state what I have given to the House, that these communities do not form part of our current projects that are ongoing.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I as an MP do not have the capacity to start any rural electrification project in any community. Work in those communities are different stages of completion. I want to find out, is it a denial of those communities, or how come that work is done there and they are no more part?
Well, Deputy Minister, I'm sure you understand the question. Yes, okay.
Yes, the speaker has not understood the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is actually good news for the Ministry of Energy. If indeed work is ongoing and we are not aware, it helps us. So when I go back, I will let my engineers be aware, and then the necessary thing will be done. We'll capture it and then continue from wherever has been left off. But as of now, the records show that those communities don't form part of our ongoing projects. So it's good news for us. Thank you.
Yes, your last supplementary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. With the last paragraph, he stated that they've taken notice of those communities and will consider them in the subsequent phases of rural electrification. I want to find out from him, when will the next phase take off to help me monitor and follow the works in those communities? Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Minister. Will the next phase commence?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member just said the work is going on, and I've given him my word that when I go back, we're going to do the needful. So I don't know why you want to capture these same communities that you have just told the House that work is ongoing, why you want to know so that you can include them in the next phase. You have already told us, the House, that work is going on. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't quite get it.
Yes, honourable members, we have 4 more questions. The First Deputy Speaker will continue, and we have some statements. You have exhausted your supplementary questions, unless you want to thank the Minister. Then resume your seat. We have some statements, one to be made by the Minister for Trade and Industry, another to be made by the Honourable Member, Honourable Samuel Atta-Mills, and then there are more statements to be taken by the House today. And so I hand over to the First Deputy Speaker. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought you were going to discharge the Minister, since he said he would see the MP later.
There are further questions on energy, so I can't discharge the Minister. Yes, the next question, number 140, stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Nadoli Kaleu, Honourable Anthony Mwenkara Suma. Honourable Member, you may ask your questions.
Yes, honourable member, kindly proceed with your question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Nadolu-Koliu constituency will be connected to the national grid. For the record, the first community is Tapu and not Fapu. Charpong, Namvili, Nato, Sankana, Goli, Kontale, Biarong, Bano, Kankanzie, Pazimulu, Zongachir, Toyaga, Konkompare, and Nawuli. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Takpo, Charipon, Namvili, Nator, Sankana, and Goli, form part of the Ministry of Energy Shep 4 rural electrification project in the Nadoli-Kalio district of the Upper West region, which were completed and connected to the national electricity grid between 2012 and 2016. Nawuli community forms part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP 5 rural electrification project. The high voltage network construction works have been completed and low voltage poles required have also been supplied and erected at site. Pole top accessories are, however, yet to be supplied to allow installation works to continue. Transformer has been supplied to site but not yet energized. The project contractor has been advised by our consultant to relocate the transformer to a load center from its present location. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in the Nawuli community is as a result of the shortage of some key materials, including conductors, stay equipment, stay wire, and others. The ministry is expecting some deliveries of materials and will arrange for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the Nawuli community by end of 2021. The remaining communities, namely Kuntali, Bilong, Banu, Kankazi, Pazimulu, Zomwache, Toyaga, and Konkompari, do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing projects. The ministry has, however, conducted an engineering survey in the communities and will be considered in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciation to the Minister for the response. But let me illustrate a point. You indicated that Tapo, Charpong, Namvili, and Goli, as well as Nato, are connected to the national grid. To illustrate a point, let me use Charpong. Charpong has about 16 communities. Of the 16 communities, only 3, Nanga, Gabli, and San, are connected. The remaining 13, made of Wichima, Yaliaro, Sampina, Basil, Narbo, Bire, Kuri, Badabo, Kone, Kokakala, Chanduri, Mendale, and Naib, are not connected. And that is the situation for the rest of the 5 that you indicate that have been connected to the national grid. Are there any plans to connect these other communities in Tapo, Cherpong, Namvili, Goli, and Nato, as well as Sankana, to the national grid? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, definition of communities in some parts of the country is a little bit different from others. From the way my honorable friend is speaking, it sounds to me like the community stated has different satellite communities. But as far as the ministry is concerned, we have connected the community. Now you're drawing our attention. So again, I'll have to go back to the engineers and relook at it and do the needful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker. In the minister's response, especially the last paragraph, the last line, he indicates that the ministry has, however, conducted an engineering survey in the communities and would be considered in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Mr. Minister, can you be kind enough to let my communities know when the next phase is starting, and any assurance that these 8 communities will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has actually engaged consultants who have carried out engineering assessments in over 3,000 communities with the aim of knowing exactly the material requirement and the cost, so that the electrification can go on in the quest, the ministry's goal of achieving universal coverage. So once that work, which is being conducted by the consultants, is complete, you will be notified as to when the electrification program will ensue in your community.
Honorable Minister, in your plan, when is the committee planned? He says give him idea of time. The plan you have, when does it plan to get to them?
Mr. Speaker, this one, you got me. The work has just ensued, and doing 3,000 communities is a tall order. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me go back and find out from the consultants as to when they will be completing the work that have been contracted to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case.
Very well. Question number 141 by the Honourable Member for North Day, Joycelyn Teta.
I rise to ask the Minister for Energy what plans the ministry has towards extending electricity from Vakpo, New Adomi to Vakpo, Kenkui, Copper, and from Chome Sabadu to Sabadu Tono. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Vakpo, Kenkui, Copper, and Sabadu Tono communities do not currently form part of any of the Ministry of Energy's earmarked electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. When will the next phase of the proposed electrification project by the ministry commence?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just, in the last answer to the last question, stated that the ministry has embarked on a project to identify over 3,000 communities for subsequent connection to the grid. And I am sure the honourable members' communities will form part of the 3,000 communities earmarked for subsequent connection to the national grid. Thank you.
Will the ministry consider providing other measures such as off-the-grid solar power interventions for the affected areas?
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been using solar to light up difficult-to-reach communities. From the way the answer is couched, I do not believe the communities just mentioned are difficult-to-reach communities. Like I said, the ministry has taken note of them and will be connecting them to the electricity grid. So I'll urge of the honourable member to talk to the community members to have some patience. I will get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I am willing to support the ministry in identifying specific communities in this regard. Will the ministry consider my office and other stakeholders in the planning and execution of this project?
Honourable Member, kindly discuss that with the minister out of here. Kindly discuss your offer to assist them with the minister. You can't hear me?
No.
I'm saying that rather than asking them whether they will admit you to offer them guidance, discuss that with him at the office.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Very well. I'll move on to question number 142. In the name of the Honourable Member for South Tong, Kobna Mensah Woyome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy the steps the ministry is taking to get aquatic weeds removed from the lower Volta Basin, including all tributaries of the river within the South Tong and Dangbe East districts.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently, VRA has put in place various measures to address the aquatic weed infestation challenges from immediate, short to medium, and long-term approaches. This strategic approach is to ensure that the impact on the riverine communities is immediately contained, while medium to long-term sustainable management program is put in place to ensure both environmental and financial sustainability. The immediate term plan, community-directed shoreline and immediate offshore aquatic weed removal. This activity involves mobilization of the riverine communities to manually remove aquatic weeds along the shoreline and the immediate offshore. VRA has identified 50 communities in the lower Volta area to be provided with tools and mobilized to undertake the exercise by close of the year. The purpose of this initiative is to enhance access to extraction of water that is clogged by the aquatic weeds by the inhabitants for domestic use, remove all weeds obstructing boats' landing sites, and as well as destroy the habitats of the Hysia intermediate host, that's the snails population. Opening of the creeks using weed harvesters. The majority tributary of the Volta River in the South Tong and Dangbe East District, which is heavily infested with weeds, is the River Angor. The VRA will deploy its weed harvester, which is currently engaged in weed harvestation at Mafi Deveme in the North Tong District, to the Angor by close of September 2021. It is expected that the Angor and other critically weed-infested tributaries of the Volta will be opened up by the close of the year. The short-term measure, using drone technology services. The VRA intends deploying drone technology services to enhance routine environmental surveys, mapping, monitoring, and protection activities mainly along the Volta Lake. One of the key activities under the drone technology services is to determine aquatic weeds coverage and or types of invasive aquatic weeds within the Volta Lake and its tributaries, the head pond, as well as the lower Volta area, and advise on changes in coverage. The procurement process has been completed. The contract will be signed by end of July 2021, which is since on, for the services to commence. Contract duration is 3 years. The data and information obtained are to be shared with various stakeholder agencies to inform the level and types of response to the aquatic weed menace. The long-term plan is a public-private partnership project. The VRA introduced the Lower Volta Dredging and Aquatic Weed Harvesting Project in 2014 as a new management strategy to help resolve resource challenges which over the years have reinforced the need for the involvement of other stakeholders in the aquatic weed management activities undertaken solely by the VRA within the Lower Volta area. The project, which is to be implemented under a public-private partnership, has the following objectives. A, to seek competent private sector companies to partner VRA in the aquatic weeds management activities within the Lower Volta area, from Adan to Akuse, hitherto undertaken solely by VRA. B, introduce commercial value into the aquatic weeds control management program with the development of the harvested aquatic weeds into organic compost. And 3, ensure continuous environmental sustainability and maintain a strong community interest in the program. Under the PPP arrangement, suitable private sector companies with the requisite equipment and machinery, as well as expertise and financial capability interested in weed harvesting, have been sourced through an international competitive selection process and given long-term concession for an initial period of 10 years. The procurement processes have been completed with the selection of Lower Volta Dredging Contractors Limited, that is LVDC, for aquatic weed harvesting services from the Pong Head Pond down to the estuary at Adan. The project was expected to commence in 2020, but was hindered by the COVID-19 global pandemic. VRA expects that initiation phase will be completed to enable the project to commence by close of 2021, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Oime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, and under where he called opening of the crates using weed harvester as a heading, you indicated the use of the harvester to start the harvesting of weeds around the Angor tributary. Will the Minister assure us that the harvesting will include not only slashing, but removal with the roots, and then disposing same appropriately in such a way that they don't end up coming back into the river to, as it were, grow and create more menace? Will the Minister assure us? If so, at least let us have some assurance there.
Honorable Minister, are you able to give such a technical assurance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is really asking for far too much than I can really cover. Very technical stuff. So I would respectfully ask, Mr. Speaker, if you direct that we meet and then see the technical people at VRA to give you the assurance. I cannot, I'm afraid, give you this assurance. I don't really understand the technical nature of the work to be done.
Yes, we have another question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, the answer under short to medium-term plans, there is a plan to introduce drones to assess the entire scope of work, or maybe the extent of how the weeds had spread, and to determine which agencies and all that, a sort of response. But when you look at the long-term plan, you have already started per the answer, starting from somewhere 2014, 2015, from the previous government to now, the process to even procure a company to start the process of harvesting and dredging. What went into the determination of the long-term plan when you are now going to look for, you are now going to procure services for the data to be collected, information obtained, so that you can be able to share all these to be able to undertake the sort of work? Because I don't really get it. Will the Minister throw some light on that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'll crave your indulgence to permit me to go back and really get to the appropriate answer through the question that the Honourable is seeking answers to. I really cannot answer this technical question. And
saying that
I believe that the best way to see our way clear is to meet with the technical people and then have a tete-a-tete with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on the long-term plan of the ministry on the issue, I would say stretching from Akuse down to Adan, the estuary, is quite a colossal and a big job for just a company to undertake. I don't know the capacity of Lower Water Dredging Contractors Limited, but this matter had come up severally for discussions with the VRA and all that. They indicated dividing the stretch into two and giving them to two separate companies or entities to undertake. Do we take it that that is no longer the case per the answer, that one entity is supposed to do the entire stretch? So if that is it, so we can be able to understand what then is the capacity, because you say the procurement had ended, the capacity of this entity to be able to undertake all that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the answer stated, the company was chosen as a result of international competitive bidding. So I like to think that they have the necessary capacity to take on the job at hand. If the honourable member has any reason to doubt, then that's a different question altogether. But I do believe that company has the necessary competency to take on the job at hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you. There's question in the name of the honourable member from Kwanta North, Mr. John Kwabena Otibles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy.
Colleague Clote, why are you on your feet? I've already given the floor to Honorable Kwanta North. Why are you on your feet?
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet, but I'm afraid you were looking down. Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet, but you were looking down at your sheet, so I think you didn't see me. It was to request a supplementary question to that asked by the Honourable Member for. So.
I would have ruled that you are being overreached, but let me give you one more opportunity because the Minister is still here. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to consider myself a partial constituent of the constituency in question. Mr. Speaker, given the scientific data available that has shown a direct correlation between water pollution and the presence of aquatic weeds, has the ministry engaged in any research to establish the underlying cause of the pollution that is increasing the population of aquatic weeds in the water bodies?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would really like to ask the honourable member who just asked the last question to join the original questioner in meeting the technical people to get the necessary for, because I really cannot say. What I do know from my basic science is that, of course, the sodium and all that pouring into the water tend to encourage the growth of these weeds. But I cannot really tell you what research has been done by Volta River Authority or whoever as to why we have the recurrence of these weeds on the Volta Lake. So if you join us in meeting the technical people, I think your questions will be answered appropriately. Thank you.
If they give you formal notice, you will find that answer and bring it back to the House. Very well. Now I'll proceed to Nkwanta North again. Honourable Member for Nkwanta North.
Thank you for the opportunity again, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Power, Energy, when the following communities in the Nkwanta North constituency will be connected to the national grid under the rural electrification program. One, Lamina, Prang, Baduli, Ubunja, Koni, Nanjingong, Maji, Bango 1 and 2, Pato, Anuman Tokra, Ujagando, Surugu, Matiase, and Abruanko. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Anumanchu Maji, Bosike Obunja, Koni 1 and 2, Ogando, Ujagando, Nanjingon, and it is form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shep 4 rural electrification project in the Nkwanta North District. 120 out of the 199 10-meter high voltage poles and some pole top accessories, that is angle iron, cross stay equipment, conductors, shackles, and insulators required for the project have been supplied for the works in the communities. The lack of full complement of materials have delayed the project execution. The Ministry of Energy is reviewing its strategy towards the completion of all delayed projects across the country, including the above-mentioned ones. Works are therefore expected to resume in the communities in the year 2022, when the Ministry of Energy would have taken delivery of adequate material supplies. Parankran 1 and 2, Baduli, Donkwakura, Pato, Isokura, Suru, Matiasi, and Abrewanko communities do not currently form part of any of the Ministry of Energy's earmarked electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, these communities were awarded on contracts by the elsewhere NDC administration. And Mr. Speaker, the contractor in question is China International Water and Electric Corporation. And they were supposed to have been connected to the national grid under the second phase. So what taking government so long? Throughout the entire 4 years of the MPP government, none or not even a single community has been connected to the national grid in the Nkwanta North constituency. What are the causes of the delay? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I do believe that some of the reasons for the delays have been stated. But, Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the contract was actually awarded on the 12th December 2016, and the contractor is Modern General Limited. It's self-explanatory that when the contract was awarded, it was at the throes of the last election, the 2016 elections, and I don't believe normally work actually goes on after election. It takes time for there to start the contract. In any case, when we assumed office in 2017, Mr. Speaker, there was not a single item in the warehouse of the Ministry of Energy. So it took quite a while to go through the process of procurement and all that before we could start any work. So I can assure the honourable member that those that are being done and the assurances have been given by the ministry that the work will recommence on somewhere around 2022. You can take our word for it that by that time we would have taken delivery of materials to restart works. And those that are not earmarked as part of our ongoing projects, like I said, have been captured and will be considered subsequently. I do not honestly know where the China Water Company comes in, because this one, the contractor in question is Modern General Limited, and it's not part of the China Water project in the Kuantan North District.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. The minister, in his answer, says that the communities were awarded to Modern General. The contractor was Modern General. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the records of the ministry, these communities, with the exception of, let me mention the communities again here. Mr. Speaker, Lamina, Maji, Bango 1 and 2, Nanjingong, Ujagando, Kwani, Ubunja, Anumantu were all awarded to the China International Water and Electric Corporation between 2013 and 2014.
Honorable Member, you're saying that the records of the ministry is different from what the minister is holding?
Mr. Speaker, that is why I said this is a house of records. What I know, and it is in the ministry's records, that these communities were supposed to have been connected in the second phase by the China International Water and Electric Corporation. They first did 19 communities in my constituency, and they were supposed to have commenced the second in early 2016. But due to lack of materials, so subsequently we wrote to the ministry, and some of these communities were moved and awarded to Modern General. So Modern General is not supposed to extend electricity to cover all these communities, but it was rather China International Water and Electric Corporation. So I just want to find out from the minister why it has taken them so long. What is the problem? I want some assurance from the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
He has answered the why. I only permitted you because you appear to contradict the ministry's record with a record I don't know where from. That's why. But otherwise, he has answered the question. If you want another one, I'll allow you.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister how soon are they going to commence work on these communities? I just want to know how soon.
Yes, Honorable Minister, how soon will the communities be connected to the grid?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think in the answer that I gave, I stated that works are therefore expected to resume in the communities in the year 2022, when the Ministry of Energy would have taken delivery of adequate material supplies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. You have done your 3 already. This is your last one. You're done. Thank you. Honorable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged. That brings us to question time. Now we move on to statements. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, rightly so, we had agreed to take statement, but I've conferred with my colleagues, and Speaker, with your leave, if we could briefly revert to presentation of papers and take item 8B. I first. Speaker. So, Speaker, we are seeking your leave to lay item 8B on page 4 of today's order paper.
Yes. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the item 8B is the commercial agreement. We have not taken the financing agreement, but I can see 8C, which is also on the financing agreement. So we can lay the report. If it's ready, then we can lay it.
Very well.
But we can take it.
At the commencement of public business then. Item 8B, I, by the by the Chairman of the Committee on Youth and Sports.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the commercial agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Contractor Construction UK Limited, for an amount of $45,086,057 United States dollars and 54 cents for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th All-African Games, Accra 2023.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. Item BII.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the commercial agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and CONSA Limited, for an amount of $30,120,135 United States dollars for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th All-African Games, Accra 2023.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. Item BIII.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the commercial agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and Mawoms Limited, for an amount of $16,066,961 United States dollars and 20 cents for the refurbishment of Legon Hostel facilities and Games Village for the hosting and organization of the 13th All-African Games, Accra 2023.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. Now, I will return to statement time, right? Statements.
Speaker, with your kind and you'll level the last paper to be laid, and that is 8CI. Speaker. By the chairman. By the chairman of the Finance Committee.
Only CI. Very well. Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Bank Ghana Limited as facility agent, mandated lead arranger, lender and security agent, and other financial institutions as original lenders, for an amount of $170 million United States dollars to finance the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th All-African Games, Accra 2023.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Honourable members, about to statement time. The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Speaker has submitted a request by the Minister for Trade and Industry to make a statement on 1D1F initiative. Yes, Honourable Minister, you may make your statement. Honourable members, can we resume our seats? The Speaker just advised that he won't tolerate this anymore.
Right Honourable Speaker,
Let me start first by thanking your esteemed self and honorable members of this august House for the opportunity to deliver a statement on the government's flagship One District, One Factory initiative. Mr. Speaker, it is an undeniable fact that most countries around the world have achieved superlative growth over the years, having done so on the back of industrialization. It is therefore not by accident or by chance that the 10 largest economies in the world are also the most industrialized economies, namely the United States, China, Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, India, France, Italy, Canada, and South Korea. Mr. Speaker, it is against this background that the NPP government, on assumption of office in 2017, launched a very comprehensive and ambitious program for industrial transformation. One of the key components of the 10-point industrial transformation plan is the One District, One Factory initiative, otherwise referred to as 1D1F program. Mr. Speaker, the program seeks to address the challenge of severe poverty and underdevelopment among rural and peri-urban communities through the establishment of manufacturing enterprises by private sector operators in the 260 administrative districts of our country. The program is designed to achieve the following strategies. 1. To create massive employment opportunities, particularly for the youth, and thereby improve income levels and standard of living in rural and peri-urban communities. 2. Reduce the rural-urban migration and help decongest our cities. 3. To add value to the natural resource endowment of each district and exploit its economic potential based on the comparative advantage of the district. 4. To decentralize industrial development and ensure even and spatial spread of industries and thereby stimulate economic activity in different parts of our country. 5. To enhance the production of local substitutes for imported goods and thereby conserve scarce foreign exchange. And last but not the least, to promote exports and increase foreign exchange earnings and thereby strengthen our local currency. Right Honorable Speaker, there have been some misconceptions about the 1D1F program, and so I'd like to use this opportunity to restate some of the core principles underpinning this program. Firstly, 1D1F companies are not state enterprises, but are privately owned companies which are actively supported by government. Government support to 1D1F companies include fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, technical assistance, extension of infrastructural facilities, including electricity, water, and access roads. Secondly, 1D1F companies could either be new companies or existing companies that meet the 1D1F criteria. This is to ensure that existing companies that require strategic support could also benefit from this initiative. 3. 2 or more districts can collaborate to establish one factory if they have common endowments. 4. A district could have more than one enterprise or company if there are more promoters interested in a particular district as a result of the different resource endowments of that particular district. 5. In selected cases, government may partner a strategic investor under a PPP arrangement to establish a common enterprise under the 1D1F program. Where government has an interest in a 1D1F project, the goal would be for government to offload its interest over time to the private sector operators. Lastly, each 1D1F company is supported by a district implementation support team made up of representatives from the District Assembly, my ministry, Ghana Enterprises Agency, selected regulatory agencies, and the traditional authorities in that particular district. Applications to participate in the 1D1F program are submitted to the Ministry of Trade and Industry with a business plan or a proposal attached. Mr. Speaker, the various types of assistance that are available to 1D1F companies include, but are not limited to, the following. First, tax incentives. This covers waiver on duties and levies on imported plant machinery and raw materials. 2, a 5-year corporate tax holiday for 1D1F companies. 3, interest subsidies for loans that are granted to 1D1F companies by participating financial institutions. 4, technical assistance services that are provided free of charge to 1D1F companies by experienced consultants that are engaged or recruited by the Ministry of Trade and Industry. 5, the extension of infrastructural facilities to 1D1F project sites, including electricity, water, and access routes where necessary. Status of implementation. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the program to date, there are 278 1D1F projects which are at various stages of implementation. Out of this number, 104 companies are currently in operation, 150 are under construction, and 24 are at the mobilization stage. 165 out of the 278 companies are new projects, representing 60%, whilst 113 companies are existing projects that are being supported, and that represents 10%. The companies that are currently operational have created a total number of 150,975 direct and indirect jobs, and this is up from 139,331 as of December 2020. It is expected that when the additional 150 1D1F companies that are currently under construction are completed, the cumulative number of direct and indirect jobs that would have been created would amount to 282,792. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the youth have not been left out of the 1D1F program. Out of the 278 1D1F companies, 58 are fully owned by youth groups who have been and supported with seed funding to establish their own state-of-the-art processing factories in 58 districts under what is referred to as the Enable Youth 1D1F program, supported by the African Development Bank and International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. Each of these youth groups have between 40 to 48 individuals who are shareholders of the company. In addition, Mr. Speaker, 5 medium-scale state-of-the-art agro-processing common user facilities have also been established, and these are owned by groups of farmers in the 5 districts with funding from the African Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the sectoral breakdown of the 1D1F companies are as follows. 40.6% are agro-processing companies, and 43.9% are other manufacturing companies. 7.9% are meat processing, that is livestock, poultry, and fish processing companies, and 7.6% represent other companies. Right Honorable Speaker, the regional breakdown of the 1D1F companies are as follows. Ashanti, 54 projects for the 43 districts in the region. Eastern, 37 projects out of the 33 districts in the region. Greater Accra, 76 projects for the 29 districts. 76 projects for the 29 districts. Central, 19 projects for the 22 districts. Volta, 13 projects for the 18 districts. Northern, 6 projects for the 16 districts. Upper East, 7 projects for the 15 districts. Western, 11 projects for the 14 districts. Bono, 19 projects for the 12 districts. Bono East, 10 projects for the 11 districts. Upper West, 6 projects for the 11 districts. Western North, 5 projects for the 9 districts. Oti, 3 projects for the 8 districts. Savannah, 4 projects for the 7 districts. Ahafo, 5 projects for the 6 districts. And last but not the least, 3 projects for the 6 districts in Northeast, making a grand total of 278 projects for the 260 districts. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the 1D1F program, Parliament has granted for exemptions for import duty for the importation of machinery, equipment, and raw materials to 37 1D1F projects. And this is made up of 14 existing projects which are being expanded or upgraded, and 23 new projects. So in other words, there are more new projects than existing projects that are benefiting from these exemptions. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the granting of exemptions under the 1D1F program is not automatic. Companies applying for exemptions have to comply with specific criteria that have been established by the Select Committee on Finance, the Ministry of Finance, and then the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there are some honorable members who have expressed concern about granting exemptions to existing companies, and have proposed that an existing company seeking to benefit from 1D1F incentives would have to initiate the new factory in a district other than the district in which it is currently operating as a factory. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, any such decision would deny existing private sector operators in various districts from reinvesting additional capital to expand their current operations in the same district and create more jobs and tap into new markets and also contribute to additional tax revenue for the state. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the program, government has successfully mobilized loans for 1D1 companies from participating financial institutions totaling an amount of 2.69 billion Ghana cedis. This amount has been leveraged through the disbursement by government of an amount of 260.9 million Ghana cedis to de-risk the loans and support interest payments. As at 16 July this year, 148 companies have benefited from loans facilitated by government. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, 1D1F program is arguably one of the most innovative and comprehensive programs for industrial development ever to have been implemented in our economic development history. The program will no doubt significantly enhance the capacity of the private sector in Ghana to take advantage not only of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also the interim Ghana-UK Trade Partnership Agreement, as well as the interim EU-Ghana Economic Partnership Agreement. Above all, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of this program in parallel with other components of the 10-point industrial transformation plan, such as the establishment of industrial parks, the establishment of one-stop business resource centers and technology solution centers in various districts, as well as the development of new strategic anchor industries, will no doubt position Ghana as the new manufacturing hub for Africa. Honorable members, Ghana is moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit this statement for the kind information of this august House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the leaders have advised me that there will be contributions from the House to another side, and the leaders will do the third one each. Right. Yes, Honorable Member for Finance, Ranking Member for Finance.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to first thank the Minister responsible for trade and industry for such an important statement. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's submission to us, first, he did mention that so far, Ghana, and we've been able to have 278 projects being part of one district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, I agree that we have 260 districts. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister failed to do, instead of giving us the regional breakdown, is to give us district breakdown. Mr. Speaker, that will show clearly that there is a huge concentration of this one district, one factory project that is supposed to have spread to areas that, Mr. Speaker, people or businesses are struggling to invest in. Mr. Speaker, the policy is one district, one factory. One district, one factory. In the sense that there are certain areas like that of my constituency and a lot more constituencies, Mr. Speaker, where businesses are struggling to locate. And so government decided to come out with an incentives to be able to attract investment to those areas. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that Greater Accra, per the Minister's statement, Greater Accra has 76 projects. Mr. Speaker, we all know that Greater Accra does not struggle to attract businesses or industry because of the fact that it is the capital and its proximity is so close to market. Mr. Speaker, so if we are to say that Greater Accra has 76 projects, what is the geographical locations of some of these projects? Are they spread across the district within Greater Accra, or they are all in Accra Tema Metropolis, where we have probably Tema area where most of these industries are? Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand that this policy, its intention was to spread development or industries into some of those rural parts of the economy. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, as the ranking member of the Finance Committee, we observed that all of a sudden, existing companies, businesses that has been existed since Adam, have now found a way to benefit from this one district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, we found it very curious, so we started to investigate. Mr. Speaker, we noticed that there are certain companies that already they have imported certain machineries into the economy. Mr. Speaker, already we have the bonded warehouse regime, which is a suspense regime. Mr. Speaker, most of these companies, what they do is that they will have existing machineries that they have to go and pay tax. And then somebody will whisper to them, Mr. Speaker, if you are to enroll into the one district, one factory, there's a chance that you can get exemption for these items. Mr. Speaker, we can sense some level of abuse in the use of the one district, one factory policy. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, in the maybe today or tomorrow, the Finance Committee will present a report on this one district, one factory policy, where we have introduced some level of reforms. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the policy, in as much as it's good, deserves to be reformed, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can very much so save some taxpayer money. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned as a Ghanaian and as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned to the level that, as we speak, what we need most in this country is tax revenue. Any attempt to erode our tax base, Mr. Speaker, I will not support it. I will not support it in the sense that if we continue to erode the tax base, Mr. Speaker, what will happen is that we'll be compelled as a country to impose additional taxes that will not benefit industry, but the ordinary Ghanaian will be the one that will pay. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we should go that way. The policy is good, but Mr. Speaker, let me say that what countries do is that when you come out with policies of this nature, the burden, the benefit is not ex ante, it's rather ex post. So I do not understand. Ghana has decided to introduce a tax incentive that you will get it upfront before the event. Mr. Speaker, these businesses are saying that they want to create businesses. There's going to be economic value and all of them. Mr. Speaker, what most countries do is that they give them tax credit. So probably we have to go through the tax credit way, where the benefit will be ex post, not ex ante. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to urge the minister responsible for trade and industry that in as much as he wants to assist businesses to site in Ghana, take advantage of the Continental Free Trade Program and sell to other economies. Mr. Speaker, all of us subscribe to that. But it should not be at the expense of eroding our tax base. Mr. Speaker, the tax base is something we all have to protect. Ghana is recovering from COVID impact. This is not the time for us to continue granting tax exemptions left, right, and center. We should look at those tax exemptions, those ones that deserve honesty, Mr. Speaker, we will all support so that we grant them those tax exemptions. But in as much as we want to assist these businesses, we should guard against abuse. Mr. Speaker, there are abuse in the system. What do we have to do? We have to reform it. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, maybe today, depending on what the chairman says, we will present our report and we'll urge honorable members to help us reform this 1D, 1F tax policy. Mr. Speaker, it is going to be a cost on the consolidated fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the ranking member in thanking the Honorable Minister for this important statement. And I start by making the observation, Mr. Speaker, that no country develops without value addition. No country can develop without industrialization. But two, and perhaps more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the over-concentration of industrial activity in a limited area within any country also leads to rural-urban drift, which comes with it the overstretching of facilities in these urban centers and increase in urban poverty. Mr. Speaker, 1D, 1F is a policy that responds to these challenges. That not only are we industrializing, we are also spreading the industrialization across our districts. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we should all support this policy. And again, we thank the Minister for the commitment he has demonstrated in ensuring that this policy is implemented in a way that achieves the outcomes that we all desire. But Mr. Speaker, we must do more than just support the Minister. I also support the Minister in the area of 1D, 1F. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should support the Minister in the area of other incentive regimes. There may be companies that are distressed that may need support, but that support need not be 1D, 1F. It may be other incentives, arrangements in the economy that we may need to deploy to support these. So we should support the Minister in the implementation of 1D, 1F, and also support the Minister in the deployment of the other incentives regime in the economy. What I would say in conclusion is that the responsibility and the challenge really, Mr. Speaker, is how to deal with those who would want to take advantage of the well-intended incentives that
we have instituted as a country to erode the tax base. So, Speaker, that is a challenge. But it's a challenge that should not lead us to frustrate those who legitimately want to use this facility to spread industrialization and to create jobs for our people. So as we commend the minister, we also would assure the minister that we would support him in ensuring that this policy is implemented in a way that delivers the outcomes we all desire. Again, I thank the minister, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Mr. Speaker, one district, one factory is very necessary in growing our economy. It is necessary because the intention of this policy is to create jobs for young men and young women. Mr. Speaker, like the Honorable Dr. Atufosin, if we are to create jobs for the teeming youth, we should not concentrate on specific areas and leave the underdeveloped districts. Mr. Speaker, already we complained that we have the youth moving from the rural areas to the urban centers. But following the statement, you realize that most of the districts or most of the factories are sited in the urban centers, thereby inviting the youth from the rural areas to troop into the cities to look for jobs. Mr. Speaker, a very laudable idea. We even have existing companies that have been captured by the policy. But, Mr. Speaker, some of these companies are struggling to make it. My committee visited one of such companies, B5 Plus, the Committee of Government Assurance. Mr. Speaker, it was revealed to us that the company was struggling to get a dedicated power line to help them in the production. They made efforts to meet with the ministry to help them access dedicated power supply. Mr. Speaker, we said we were assisting existing companies to create jobs for our youth. Such companies just needed the ministry to do just some little job for them to be able to create the jobs that we want. It was also again revealed to us that it was difficult for the company to have water. That company deals with excessive power. They also use a lot of water. But these were the challenges that the company revealed to us. Mr. Speaker, not only B5 Plus, we again visited Equifi Juice. Equifi Juice was doing very well, but Mr. Speaker, about a month ago, not even after a month, the story was all over the place that the company was shut down. It was shut down, Mr. Speaker, for the reason that they could not get supply of pineapples to produce. That they didn't, this year we didn't have enough rains. And so because we do not have enough rains, the company is not able to produce. Mr. Speaker, if we think of developing the nation, then we should be thinking about irrigation as well. I believe that if Equifi Juice, if they were into irrigation farming, I don't think it would have gotten to the point that they'll be shutting down the company. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we want to really grow our economy, we should think very wide. Mr. Speaker, let me again invite the minister and the government to rural districts like Solat Kala. We actually produce a lot of cashew. We do granules there, cereals. Districts like this, we just need simple equipment that can extract juice from the fruits
that Honorable Member, have you familiarize yourself with the document concept of starting a company under this project?
Mr. Speaker, what I do...
I encourage you to, but you continue, but I encourage you to. It will be very helpful to you.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, all I want to say is that let's consider expanding the policy, the project, so that we'll have many more districts covered, then we'll have many more factories established, then we have many more young men and women working, and thereby in the development that we need. I thank you once again for the opportunity.
Yes, Tema Central.
Tema
West, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the Minister of Trade and Industry for the wonderful facilitation and implementation of this program, which has helped Ghana in terms of development and economic growth. The Speaker, to quote his words, 1D1F is one of the most innovative and comprehensive programs that has ever been established here in Ghana. And we all, of course, bear witness to the improvement that it has brought to our industrial landscape. Indeed, industry has always been the bane of economic growth, as has been manifested in most developed countries, and therefore Ghana stands to gain if we actually harness the potentials that this project beckons. But Mr. Speaker, let me akin my argument on that saying that goes, that you don't sell a goat and hold a tail, hoping to have the goat and the money back at the same time. My colleagues from the Finance Committee, in their arguments, actually displayed that it was always a problem for us to lose our tax base or erode our tax base if we allow some of these incentives. But Mr. Speaker, this House, in our wisdom, approved benefits and incentives for 1D1F companies, which I think we should have gone ahead, or should have gone further to enact an act to support the implementation of these exemptions. Mr. Speaker, it is not appropriate that we allow Parliament to be an agency that actually implements the exemptions enshrined under 1D1F. Why do I say this? It is okay for Parliament to come up with the omnibus exemptions for contracts, which is a one-term contract for a road, one-time contract for a hospital, or whatever. These are going concerns, established factories, that are going to be with us for a very long time. And any time that they bring a shipment which requires an exemption, they will have to come to Parliament for this exemption to be approved. Mr. Speaker, it might interest you to note that if you look on the face of the other paper today, all the companies there whom we are going to approve their 1D1F exemptions applied in 2019. Mr. Speaker, how do you expect a company which is going to go to improve your own economy to apply for exemption in 2019, 2 years later, before they get exemption? Assuming they are coming with containers in the port. In the port today, a 40-footer container attracts $100 a day demurrage. Calculate this and tell me if that company will benefit from this exemption you are giving them. Because after getting the exemption, the amount of demurrage that they would have paid in the port will make the exemption, excuse my French, useless. So I am of the opinion this innovative and most comprehensive program to work, we need to get an agency to implement this exemption outside Parliament. We enact a law and let it work. I'll give you examples, Mr. Speaker. Let me go to Act 504, of 1995, the Ghana Free Zones Act. Mr. Speaker, I'll refer specifically to the section 22 of that act. And with a one-line statement, the import of a free zone developer, subcontractor, or enterprise into a free zone single factory zone shall be exempt from direct and indirect taxes and duties. Mr. Speaker, with just this one-line statement, no company in the free zone enclave enters this parliament again to come and seek for exemption. And the free zone board is able to implement this exemption to the satisfaction of the Minister of Finance, to the satisfaction of the nation Ghana. Again, Mr. Speaker, I will pick Act 865 of 2013, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, and refers directly to item 26, article 26, 1 to 3. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I'll read portions of it. 26.1 states that an enterprise registered by the center is entitled to benefits and incentives that are applicable to an enterprise of a similar nature under the Internal Revenue Act, this value-added tax that, and under Chapter 82, 84, 85, and 98 of Customs Harmonized Community Tariff Code, scheduled to the Customs, Excise and Preventive Management Act 1993, PNDC Law 330, and any other relevant laws. 2. An enterprise whose plant, machinery, equipment, or parts of a plant, machinery or equipment are not zero rated under the Custom Harmonized Code, Excise and Preventive Management Act, may submit an application for exemption from import duties and related charges on the plant, machinery or equipment on the parts of the plant, machinery or equipment of the, to the center for onward submission to Minister responsible for Finance. 3. The center shall, before submitting a request for exemption to the Minister responsible for Finance, determine whether the request would facilitate changes in technology and promote the specialized use of machinery, equipment, or other items necessary for the establishment and operation of the enterprise. So, Mr. Speaker, why am I going on and on and on? I'm going on and on because I think that in allowing the GIPC, in allowing the Ghana Free Zone to actually be an embodiment to implement these exemptions, actually help the Free Zone program and help the GIPC program. Here, we are sitting here as Parliament, acting as an agency, and when we go on recess, Mr. Speaker, the application will have to sit down for us to come back before we can attend to the application. It is making the program retrogressive. And I suggest that if it be in your wisdom, Mr. Speaker, and of course the House approves, we should come up with an act for an agency to be responsible for the exemptions of this 1D, 1F, and we all benefit from it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say this is a very important statement ably made by the Minister for Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, I perfectly agree with almost all the earlier speakers that this is a very important program and no country can really make a headway without some of these programs. And therefore, supporting such programs is a very laudable one. Except to say, Mr. Speaker, we must not just do this with blank checks. We must be very careful because, like Honorable ABA would say, you need to have your head on before you can chew your corn. We are virtually eroding all our tax base. And all what we are doing, if we are not careful, we will leave the Minister of Finance with no other option but to continue to compound our consumption taxes. And we all know the consequences of that. Mr. Speaker, the Minister was right to say, when he was giving the criteria, a district may have one or more as part of the policy, even though the name of the program is one district, one factory. But Mr. Speaker, look at the statistics, what the Minister himself gave us. Of the 278 companies under the 1D, 1F, Mr. Minister, with the breakdown you gave, it will interest you to know 10 regions of this country have only 68 of the companies. Of the 278 that you said, only 6 are having 210. What are we trying to create? And you know the interesting thing? We are all in your own statement. You said that we were doing this to help us stop the north-south migration, rural-urban migrations. And the interesting is that almost all the 210 that you have are all sitting in large urban centers, where already they are creating slums around them. When you are driving on the motorway, Mr. Speaker, just look around the corridors of the motorway. You are seeing slums coming up. They are coming up because they cannot rent a decent accommodation. So, but they need to work in these factories. So all they will do is to create these makeshift structures that date very well almost the major urban centers. It comes with its sanitation, it comes with its associated diseases and what have you. So yes, this is a very laudable program we need to carry. But we need to be careful how we do it. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Carlos was just making reference to the GIPC, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, and the exemption, and then the Ghana Free Zones Board. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble suggestion that we need to seek amendment to those acts and bring to this house, because there are a lot of abuse in the exemptions. Mr. Speaker, there were exemptions that were given for a company who were going to go into, I think it was mining, only to realize that the equipment that were given are now used in crushing stones and being and selling of this what we call a quarry. They just diverted that equipment into a quarry, because one of the policies, the challenge with this, it was in what do you call it, the mining of gold. When the exemption was going to be made, it was made for mining of gold. But then you find, then the equipment found itself in a quarry construction company. Yes, so because it was specially for mining of gold. And they ended up into a quarry. Mr. Speaker, the problem with this exemption policy or regime that we currently have is that because of the way we've structured it, when we give, we don't go back to check. It's been granted, so they run with it. But the reason why I want to agree with our Honorable Atufosin about tax credit is that one you have to produce, they will come and inspect and see truly that, oh, you've met the minimum criteria. Then they now give you the credit for the future produce that you are going to produce. What it does is two things, Mr. Speaker. Companies, because they want to meet it, will invite you to come and inspect. But in this instance, all they struggle to do is that they manage to get it and they run with it. The company that my honorable colleague Timothy was talking about, Mr. Speaker, because of challenges in the securing enough energy, they claim they are producing at 50% capacity, right? Yet they are qualified, they are applying for tax waiver to expand. Even the existing structure that they have, they are producing at capacity because they do not have enough energy. And they wanted the Ministry of Trade to assist them to be able to get dedicated energy lines so that they'll be able to even produce to full capacity. Yet, they are not able to produce to full capacity. All they are doing is have 50% capacity.
Yes, Honorable Chief, can you hold? Yes.
Speaker, I was indeed enjoying my colleague until he veered into controversial areas. If you read 72, it's clear. You're not supposed to raise debate. I heard you, will you listen? I heard you make the point that when the exemptions are granted, they don't follow up to check. That is incorrect. I have served on the Ghana Free Zone Board. Speaker, I've served on Ghana.
That's fine. You say that is incorrect. That's all. You don't make a statement after that. You point out that he's.
So you should be guided accordingly.
Please. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'll thank my colleague. Yes, I'm being mindful of that it's not supposed to generate debate. But some of the issues that the minister mentioned, I agree with him, but I'm trying to point out some of the challenges
with what the minister mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is that what the ministry, our Committee on Finance, is trying to do is the right thing. Let as a House agree that if anybody wants a waiver, this is our checklist. You come, have you met this? Have you met that? If you met all our criteria, we grant it. That becomes easy for all of us. Instead of with a greater respect, for lack of better word, the arbitraries. This one comes, you say you want certain documents. Another one comes, sometimes you are busy, you don't get to ask for certain information, and then you waive it. I think that what they are trying to do is the best. And we must hold on until that is done. And we all agree that henceforth this will be our criteria. Because one of the things that I've been asking is that when you want to waive these taxes, you need to be asking yourself, how long will it take government to even recoup that? Because if we are waiving a tax of, say, $100 million, if government were taking these taxes, if that company was going to produce and government would take these taxes, these are the things that government is going to benefit. Now that government is waiving the tax, this company is going into this without their paying the $100 million. How long would it take the company to let government realize the benefit that it has had in terms of employment, in terms of other things that may come to the general population? These are things that are very, very critical. For example, what they are bringing in, how does it affect local production of some other goods? Because all of us know, if you open and give tax waiver for somebody who is bringing a machine to process products, and if you are not careful, that is going to collapse your other local poultry farms. You simply want be doing one thing, creating a foreign business that will be killing almost all your local businesses. You need to be able to manage them and place them. But all this, I'm sure, if they bring the guideline, those guidelines will be able to help us to be able to all agree that henceforth these are the challenges that this is the criteria that you have to be able to go through, and therefore that will help us to be able to approve without much difficulties. This issue about when Parliament goes on recess, Honorable Carlos, this House has always been taken for granted by ministers. They know when we come. Many of them, the ministers themselves are members of Parliament. They will sit and wait until Parliament has 2 weeks to go, then that they start running to this House. Come and hit a lot of the business on us. When you know that Parliament has 8 weeks to go, and you have waivers and other things, you bring it from the very first day Parliament will start sitting, instead of waiting till the last minute. Because you yourself, you know you have only 24 hours. Because you know you have only 24 hours, you try to maximize the 24 hours. So Parliament going on recess is not an excuse to say that grant blank checks for people to go and fill in. What if your intention is for them to fill for 5,000 and they go and put 50,000? So I think Parliament, we as an institution, must be up and doing. And I want to commend the Minister of Finance, Committee on Finance, for that bold steps that look, enough is enough. Let's have a criteria. And I'm sure, I hope you bring that quickly for us to approve, so that all these other companies that are listed will match it and see how they've been able to meet the minimum criteria that you have set, or we have set for ourselves, so that they can get the waiver. Why then the company deserves it? Why do you want to hold on? Because we believe that it's a very helpful thing. But where we are not certain, and the way it's currently going, definitely we all agree the abuse within the system is much. But let me commend, Mr. Speaker, the Minister, for the bold steps to come to the House to give us up to speed where we are, how many are about to be completed, the new ones, the existing ones, and what have you. I think that's a very bold step. Except to say, I really wish the next time he's coming for a statement, he'll be able to give us the districts. Because, for example, if you say Greater Accra, 76, it may interest you to know that it's just Pram Pram, Tema, and Accra. Maybe Dodowa is out. Maybe the other places may be out. We may not know. Asante region is 54. Where and where are they located? Are they all located in Kumasi? Or some are in Bekwai, some are in Swami, and what have you?
Yes,
that will give us a clarity.
Yes, some are
so I hope that next time, when the opportunity comes for an update, you try and give us a more detailed result. Mr. Speaker, I thank you once more for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
And thank you for confirming that there's one at the coin. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much for the space granted me to also make a few comments on the statement that has been ably made by the Minister responsible for trade and industry. Speaker, let me begin by joining ranks with my colleagues to congratulate the Minister for this proactive statement in respect of the intendment of the 1D, 1F program. The Speaker, the Minister, in clear language, the underlying principle of the one district, one factory endeavor. At the heart of it is a bold attempt to industrialize the economy. The Speaker, this, as the Minister has indicated to us, is a sine qua non in respect of economic growth of the country. This country had natural resources, especially our forest cover, resources, agricultural produces. Speaker, only 2 weeks ago, we were bemoaning the fact that at the turn of the 20th century, the forest cover of this country was about 8.5 million hectares. Now, into the 21st century, and especially now, the forest cover in this country has dwindled from 8.5 million hectares to, as we speak today, between 500 and 600,000 hectares. No thanks to the export of round logs those days. And even when we introduce some kind of value addition by introducing sawmilling, what happened, Speaker, was the fact that the equipment that the millers brought were very inefficient. So if they harvested one log, they could only utilize 30% of the log. The rest of it, 70%, went waste. The only factory that was able to process more was MIM Timber, the branch of it that was utilizing about 35%. All the others in the country, between 27 and 28%. So, Mr. Speaker, first we should, whilst acknowledging this bold effort by the Minister, we should ensure that the equipment that is brought in would be very efficient. The Speaker, we know what has happened in our mining industry. Gold. Obuasi Gold was reputed to be the one with the highest quality. Per ounce, it was the best in the world. As compared to the mining concerns, the deposit in South Africa. South Africa was able to develop on the back of their gold reserves. Ghana, we've mined and indeed exported a greater proportion of the gold reserve at Obuasi. And yet, we have nothing, absolutely nothing to count for. So, Mr. Speaker, this bold attempt by the ministry should be very much commendable. Talk of bauxite, manganese, Mr. Speaker, and our agricultural produce. We still export so much of raw cocoa beans. And when we are able to even convert them into industrial products, Mr. Speaker, we lose out. We lose out in the sense that the Ghana cocoa is premium cocoa. But when we add some value to it, it doesn't translate into the produce. And so we flatten out and sell our chocolate at about the same price as chocolate that's coming from Switzerland or from the United States of America. Even where they add additives, we process the natural cocoa. We're not able to make much gain from that. That's because what I'm saying. This bold effort should be commended by all. Not least the number of employment that is going to generate. And the minister has made bold to suggest some numbers to us that they are targeting in the region of 282,792. 282,000 people to be employed directly by these concerns, Mr. Speaker, is something that as a nation we should be commending. And I believe that when we have the other linkages, we'll perhaps be talking about 500,000 of people that will be associated with the employment potentials to be derived from the factories that the minister and the ministry and indeed government is promoting. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague relate to the Free Zones Act. I think underpinning this is Article 174 of the Constitution, which grants Parliament authority to, if I may, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, 174. Speaker, 1741 provides no taxation shall be imposed otherwise by or under the authority of an act of Parliament. And 2 provides where an act enacted in accordance with clause 1 of this article confers power on any person authority to waive or vary a tax imposed by the act, the exercise of the power of waiver or variation in favor of any person authority shall be subject to the prior approval of Parliament by resolution. So the act that you referred to was carried by Parliament, and it was, the bedrock was Article 174. 1743 further provides, Parliament may by resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all members of Parliament exempt the exercise of any power from the provisions of clause 2 of this article. Mr. Speaker, that is what the colleague from Tema West is speaking to. Are we going to follow that route because of the avalanche of requests from the Ministry of Finance? Are we going to tread that route? If we have to do that, then I would want to agree with the Honorable Muntaka that in that regard, perhaps we have to design a checklist for them to satisfy. And if they approve it, they will have to report to Parliament that this is what we have done. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that he related to, that some of these equipment have been brought into this country since 2019, I disagree with you. Because the ministry is setting their own criteria. You have to submit yourself to it before you bring they allow you to bring the equipment. If you bring the equipment in anticipation of the ministry agreeing with you to have your tax waiver, that is totally wrong. You cannot anticipate by bringing the equipment, then applying to the ministry, keeping it in the bonded warehouse, and then applying to the ministry. It takes maybe 1 year, 2 years for you to have the approval. And you will be counting the cost. That is unacceptable. You do so at your own peril. You do so at your own peril. Mr. Speaker, I think that because of what you are doing, and today, in fact, I was even telling the minister to wait until after he has made this statement, because we're going to have to deal with a series of them listed in the other paper, only for the chairman of the Finance Committee to inform me that did not yet finish with those ones listed. So they cannot be carried today. So it will mean that you have to go back and perhaps in the fullness of time come back to us. But that regularity between the ministry and Parliament, shuttling between the ministry, anytime we have to do this, is it something that is feasible? If it is not, and we have to work around it, then we must develop a template for them to follow, so that they will respond to it, and the minister then can be granted the authority to do that and then report to Parliament. I think that will make it tidier. But I understand the Finance Committee is dealing with some other matters. Maybe when they come to that, we would appreciate what, I haven't seen it, but if they come with it, then we'll all consider it to see whether what reforms that they intend to bring will be tenable. The ranking member of Finance Committee is making a proposal that if we want to reap the benefits, perhaps the variation in the tax should be exposed and not ex ante. That makes some sense, but it's foundation on a policy. What is best? Do we encourage them at the very outset, or we wait for them to go through the turbulence and after, just to ensure that they've done what is required of them? We'll grant them the waiver. Which one is the better option? We have to look at that. I wouldn't rule that out outright, but then we'll have to have some study into that to see which is the better way for us. For now, what the regime has elected is for us to deal with it before the commencement of the project. Mr. Speaker, I also would want to agree with the suggestion that came from one of our colleagues that yes, this is supposed to help the nation curb the rural-urban migration, and even within the regions, to ensure that we don't have a congregation, an overly congregation of industries in a particular location. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the location of industries is guided by a principle, and every student of economics will know that you want to make maximum benefit after you invest. Should the ministry provide some lead, or should government provide some lead in the establishment of the industries? Because after all, the Constitution provides in Article 36(2)(d) that there should be equitable development of the country within the regions, and in the regions, in all the districts in the regions, and even within the districts, there should be equitable development. How do we ensure this? How do we ensure this? So, Mr. Speaker, there are matters that we have to maybe think through. But, all said and done, I think this is a very useful beginning for us as a country, and government and the Ministry of Trade and Industry has put their best foot forward for now. We can go through the program to see if we could subject the program to some further improvements. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank you for the opportunity granted. Thank you very much.
Very well. Would the Honourable Minister wish to conclude? I'll make my comment after you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me express my appreciation to honourable members for their very insightful comments in respect of the statement that I've made. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that I throw light on a few of the issues arising from the comments from honourable members. First, to confirm that the breakdown by district of the spread of the 1D1F companies is available. And I didn't think it was appropriate in a statement like this to go beyond the regional breakdown. But since this is a House of Records, I will submit the district breakdown. But also to point out the fact that the Honourable Atufosin, in identifying and speaking to the matter, only raised or used the example of Greater Accra. But if he had gone beyond that and used the example of other regions that have now the opportunity to have industries established in their districts, it should have given a different flavor. But since this is a House of Record, to leave the impression that we're only talking about Greater Accra would be unfortunate, because you can see that efforts have been made to establish industries in other regions. But the information is available, and I think we can interrogate that further. But also to make the point that the principle, one of the principles underpinning the 1D1F program is that it is private sector led, meaning that it is demand driven. And so one has to be very careful that you do not limit the interests of private sector operators to determine where they site their factories. But be that as it may, part of the policy is that where there is ample evidence that there are districts that are going to be disadvantaged because there are no private promoters, government will take a proactive decision to invest and then offload the shares of the company to prospective investors. Maybe by that time, the evidence would have been clear that these are viable companies. The second point about the fact that there are companies that are taking advantage of this policy may be right, but I'd like respectfully to suggest that that is why the Finance Committee has the right to audit all the requests that come to them. And again, respectfully, the impression should not be given that there is no criteria. In fact, there's a criteria that is used to audit these requests. But what I hope will not happen is for us to deny existing business promoters the opportunity of reinvesting in existing operations in districts that are generally disadvantaged. And I think that the proposal that will come before this Honorable House must take very serious consideration of this matter. If there's a business promoter that is already investing in one of these deprived regions or districts, and they are now being denied the opportunity of taking advantage of the one-day incentives, just because it is already an existing company, and that they now have to cite their new factory in another district just to make or take advantage of the incentives, I believe that would be unfortunate. Thirdly, the issue of whether we grant incentives ex post or ex ante is a debatable one. I would propose that we look at it from the experience of most of the advanced economies. The tax regime for the most advanced economies is not based on taxes and duties imposed on imports of machinery and equipment. It's the other way around. And I think that is the fundamental reform that we need in our tax regime. Let the companies become competitive by providing incentives, and then you can apply the principle of the corporate tax. And then also remember that when they succeed by becoming competitive and they employ more people, they also pay tax. And that is one area that ought not to be lost to us in this. Right Honorable Speaker, be that as it may, I'm very much appreciative of the very useful comments on this debate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Just a few observations. I am very glad to observe that perhaps the first time in many months, we appear to have a cross-party acceptance of this policy. And same have been expressed on the floor of the House. For the record, I think it's extremely important that once we accept that this is an important policy, we will agree to work to make sure that each district benefits from that. And to that extent, I'm suggesting that members should take a keen interest in seeking and persuading people with some money to invest in some districts. I took a personal interest, and I'm so proud of that. I took a personal interest in recruiting somebody to invest in oil mills at the very end of my constituency, and it is actually now ready. They have started recruiting people. That is an advantage that comes to my constituency. I'm sure that if we take a keen interest, we can get people interested in areas which we may have overlooked, other people may have overlooked, and the advantage comes to us. On that note, Honorable Minister, we thank you very much for the statement. It has enlightened the House, and we have generated a keen interest in the One District, One Factory program. Thank you. Yes, Majority Leadership.
Speaker, with your leave, if we may take item 19 on page 15 of today's order paper. Item 19, page 15.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the Speaker's lobby, we were told that there is another statement on the birthday of the late President Mills. So once we were on statement, I thought we were going to take that one before we move to the public business.
You're right. You're right, actually. It was taken away, but has been brought back to me. So, it's a very short statement, but it's a statement from Honorable Samuel Atta Mills to the late President, His Excellency, Professor John Atta Mills. Yes, Honorable, you may read your statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say happy birthday to my late brother, Professor John Evans Atta Mills. Begone unbelief, my Savior is near, and for my relief will surely appear. By prayer let me wrestle, and he will perform. With Christ in the vessel, I smile at the storm. Happy birthday in heaven. And this is by John Newton. Since you left for your last cabinet meeting with your maker, other people have come to join you, including two of our sisters and some friends and foes. I trust you people are getting along very well. Most of your proteges are doing very well, and some have exceeded expectations and have made names for themselves. You'll be proud of their performances. But that boy we spoke about is still at his game and is getting worse. He has not changed in 9 years since he left us, and he's almost at the edge of the cliff. The girl is about the same, and one cannot tell what her next move is going to be. Anyway, the least we say about her, the better for us all. The guy who took your money never paid it to me as he promised you. He came back with all kinds of excuses as before, and this time wanted more. He's not doing well now. I'm trying to attend your cabinet meeting and convince you to make him your accountant. I still remember your admonition about the sharks in politics and how to keep an eye on them. They are still circling and now have young ones with them under training. I have learned not to swim with them, but to allow them to devour each other. They know I'm aware of their capabilities, and that keeps me on my toes. A library was started in your name, but got abandoned along the way. No one knows who to complete it, and it's rusting away. Commercial Sugar Factory has suffered the same fate, and I still remember the hopes and aspirations you had for that community. I know you will get it done when you come back to office again. Your team, Accra House of Hope, has finally won the Ghana Premier League 2020-2021. Phobia, never say die. Phobia, until the bones are rotten. It reminds me of your story about Peter Lamptey, who joined House of Hope from Great Olympics and scored his former team. Yesterday is but a dream, and tomorrow only a vision. But today well lived makes yesterday a dream of happiness, and every tomorrow a vision of hope. This is by Kalidasa. Such is the solution of the dawn. Now, to paraphrase Professor E.K. Wallace of Asampa and Adam Sports, the art of being a good guest is to know when to say goodbye. Now the day is over. Night is drawing nigh. Shadows of the evening still across the sky. Happy birthday, brother. Thank you very much.
Honorable leaders, I intend to allow 2 contributions and then leadership. Will you guide me or you?
Mr. Speaker, I can see your challenges, but this is the first of its kind, and it's a commemorative statement. If you can just also join us by your kind gesture to eulogize the former President of the Republic by allowing me be short, but 4-4, very short, so that we don't talk for long. I think it will be most appreciated. I know my brother on the other side will also agree.
Yes.
It's difficult to disagree with my colleagues, and so I will accede to his request. And Speaker, pray you to grant same.
You mean allow 8 contributions before we come to your motion?
Speaker, I think eight will be on the high side. Speaker, we are
that was his suggestion, 4 from each side.
I'm not sure we'll have 4 on our side. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we are getting 4 on our side, but Speaker, we will leave this in your hands. Maybe we should do 4. 4 should be okay. Speaker, 4 should be okay.
Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I took cognizance of the fact that the earlier statement. So this time, if I say 4-4 and they will not get 4, you can take 4-2 and it will still be 6.
Very well. I'm admitting 4 comments or 4 contributions in all. They can come from one side. As long as there are people on their feet, I'll recognize them. I can count 5 already, 6, 7. No. So I'm starting from here. You nominate your other 3 for me, right? Yes, yeah, from Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this solemn statement from my colleague from KEA. Mr. Speaker, we lost a very noble law lecturer who became the president of this country. We all recall his contributions to the country and the calm nature with which he took criticisms when he was president. Mr. Speaker, I think that was one of the most important attributes or traits of former President Mills, that he was a very gentleman. He was a gentleman, he was accommodating, and very tolerant in nature, Mr. Speaker. We believe that this country lost a sitting president under the Fourth Republic, and it was a very, very sad story that day. I think July 24th. And it was a day that I don't think I'll forget, because we got the information around noon that we've lost the president that we all were looking up to deliver on his vision and his party's mandate. But he could not see to the end of his tenure. But Mr. Speaker, Professor Mills, as most law students will tell you, was a very good commercial law lecturer. I wasn't fortunate to have sat in his class, and the good people of KEA, my good friend Dr. Mills, will attest to the fact that we've always had conversations about this great professor. And the NDC fraternity, I believe, would have loved to see Prof
achieved most of his vision, but he was succeeded by President Mahama, and I believe that God knows best, and may his soul rest in peace. And I wish him a happy birthday wherever he is. God bless him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Lembele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We thank the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, Professor John Evans Mills, as we all know, can be remembered as the one president that consolidated our democracy. I could clearly remember that when he took over power, the NDC had been in opposition for 8 years. But he insisted that government was a continuum and that the structures of government must work. He insisted, and it wasn't a popular decision at all, that the old system must stay, DCs must be in office, and proper handing over be done. He had such a good intention in that direction. Mr. Speaker, President Mills appointed me as a young Deputy Energy Minister. And I think that we will remember Professor Mills of all the things he did in the energy sector. He was so passionate about the oil refinery. And it was one area that he was so focused on trying to revive. I remember at the time that he tasked the Minister of Finance to work closely with the Minister of Energy to ensure that the third debt was paid. In fact, he paid 445 million Ghana cedi of that debt, by half. And he was so focused on reviving TOR until his demise. Professor Mills will be remembered as the president. We had discovered oil, all right, but the process of actually developing and producing the oil had not started. He shepherded that oil industry. And he asked a very fundamental question at the time, that Ghana must be different from any other African country in terms of oil. And he said, what are the things that we should do? I remember he laid out a map for us to really take, and that resulted in the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. That was really the law that was part that is guiding the oil industry today, to ensure that oil money, once we receive it, will be used transparently, and that the people of Ghana will be in control of that. Today, when we hear PIAC reports, when we hear all the reports in the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Mr. Speaker, we remember Professor Mills because he brought Ghana to the gas era. He made sure that a gas task force was set. He said we were going to stop flaring of gas, and indeed, he took that step, stopped the flaring of gas, borrowed $1 billion, and the result was the Ghana gas plant that we have. We remember Professor Mills. I remember as a deputy minister, my first close encounter with Professor Mills was when he tried to reach my minister one day and he couldn't. And he invited me to the castle. He had these investors, almost 8 of them. He said, I couldn't reach your minister. These investors are interested in the energy sector. Take them to the ministry and listen to them and make sure you provide the courtesies. And when we were going, he called me back. He said, young man, just because I introduced them to you, don't do anything stupid. Make sure you follow the spirit and letter of the laws. And don't give them any extra favors. Make sure you follow the law. I never forgot that. Professor Mills was so committed, was so loyal, and he will be remembered as the president that got the presidency and never forgot his God. We thank you, remember you, for all you did for Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I thought we were giving them 3. Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
One very important connection I had with Professor John Evans Atamils was the fact that by the largesse of God, we were both twins. I'm a twin and he was also a twin. Right, Honorable Speaker, what amazed me the most was when he was lecturing me in company law. And here is this decent man, always in political suit. And with a, I don't know whether it was a Toyota vehicle that he drove consistently to lectures. The amazement for me as a student was how he could lecture company law extempore, virtually not looking at his notes. His whole system was submerged in company law to the point that you could just rattle company law. And that was a huge amazement for me. Then, another surprise that I have of him is how this gentleman that I saw, decent, simple man, could now come into the turbulence of politics and the witchcraft of politics. Because the transition for me was serious. A man who is a professor of law, academic in orientation, where it's all logic and reasoning, and then you come into politics, razzmatazz, harassment, disturbances, backbiting, backstabbing, all manner of intrigues associated with this career. Nevertheless, because he was versatile, you know, I know he was a good sportsman as well, was able to find his place. And I was surprised that even sometimes the kind of attacks he endured and the shock coming from even the one who baptized him into the business of politics, I was very much amazed. Now, one thing that we failed to talk about when we trying to remember Professor Evans Atamils is how he overhauled the Internal Revenue Service. He made it a cash cow because he was very strong in terms of tax, understanding, commercial law, and his orientation as a professor of law, that he affected the internal revenue so much. And if you want to talk about one man who's contributed to the GDP of this country, it's Professor Atamils and his expertise in that area where money comes to the national kitty. We lost a great man. He couldn't complete his assignment. And I don't know how he would have left Ghana if, he had had this full time. But we leave most of these intricacies of life mysteries to God, who said he wanted to crown him with the highest office of the land, an office of aura, respectability, and decency. So, in the final analysis, I would say that he was exalted and blessed. It is not easy to be a president of a country. One man singled out of, as we're talking now, we are in the neighborhood of about 29 million people. You must be special in a sense. You must have some aura for you to be elected as a president. We remember him for good. And I don't know, from the Akan tradition, you can wish somebody who's moved on to the high heavens a happy birthday. But as we are being invited, I'm an Akan man, and that is one of the things that is a surprise to me. But be that as it may, I wish the great professor a happy birthday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Okay, so very well, Honorable President Blakwa.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very unique statement made on the occasion of the birthday of our former President, His Excellency, Professor John Evans Atamils. Mr. Speaker, the unique format of this statement, I'm sure, will go down in the annals as very historic. And I can only pray that one day the venerable brother of Professor Mills will decode the names that he has left coded in his very interesting and refreshing eulogy. The Speaker, Professor Mills, will have turned 77 today, were he to be alive. A consummate academic, became a doctor of taxation and corporate law at the young age of 27. He dedicated his life to teaching the young people of our country for well over 25 years at the Faculty of Law and the University of Ghana Business School, and his products are really living up to expectation, as the previous speakers have said. The Honorable Benjamin Kodo is nudging me to place on record that he is one of the distinguished students of Professor John Evans Atta Mills. Mr. Speaker, Professor Mills was really a unifier. He was decorous. He never attacked any political opponent verbally. He was always a calming effect. He really went after that notion that politics should be aggressive and that politics should be acrimonious and that politics is a contact sport and sometimes you should not take prisoners and all of that. He did not believe in those traditional notions. Many people thought that he would not do well in politics because of his own unique qualities. But he defied all of that and showed that you can engage in very decent politics, very decorous politics, and still make it all the way to the top, and that we are one people. No wonder he was accorded the accolade Asumjehine, the King of Peace, by the masses of our country. When he became president in the education sector, we know that his vision was very, very evident. He is the one who mooted the idea of a public university in every region of our country. And before his passing, he made sure that the Brong-Ahafo region at the time, we did not have a public university, had the University of Energy and Natural Resources. He also cut the sword and secured funding for the University of Health and Allied Sciences for the Volta region, which was another region without a public university. It is to his credit that successive presidents have continued. President Mahama has continued, President Akufo-Addo has continued, and now the Eastern region, which did not also have a public university at the time, continued with this policy and now has the University of Environment and Sustainable Development. It speaks to how visions can really transcend your tenure in office, and that if the vision is great, is bold, and it is in the national interest, is patriotic, successive leaders from various political parties will pursue it. In the era of his economic track record, I believe that it still remains some feat to be equal. He has the highest GDP growth rate in the history of this country, 14%. It has never happened, and we are also working to attain that. Cocoa production, he still has the highest record in our history of over 1 million metric tons in one fiscal year. So look at the number of years since he passed, and yet he has all of these achievements which we are still working towards attaining. It tells you that he was a great leader, he was a visionary, he deeply cared about his country. His incorruptibility and his selflessness is one that we must all be proud of as a people. There are few African countries who have their leaders who will pass and you will not discover secret bank accounts in foreign countries or all kinds of mansions all over the world, but not Professor Mills. He was selfless to the core. He's one who did not allow the presidency to change him. He remained the same. He cut down the size of his convoy. He was very, very modest in his outlook. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I will be remiss if I do not speak to his love for the youth, because he taught for many, many years in young people. I recall that when he was appointing me at the age of 28, very tender age, it caused quite an uproar. But he always encouraged me. He would call me and say that, look, I see something in you, prove yourself, just keep going. We all had opportunities as young people. Just do not disappoint me and the people you represent. And those words of encouragement kept us going. And you see that since he did that, we are seeing now many, many young people in high office, his succeeding presidents, are reposing confidence in the youth. And I think that it behoves on us as young people to continue to look up to people like Professor Mills, learn from their selflessness, learn from their commitment to duty, their incorruptibility, and do not disappoint the elder generation who have confidence in young people. We wish him a happy birthday. We pray that his legacy will live on. There are many outstanding businesses like the library, which was talked about. We need to settle that matter. All our presidents. Now we have President Rawlings, who has also passed. There's former President Kufuor. President Akufo-Addo will soon come to the end of his tenure at the end of 6th January 2025. We must decide on what we do. In other jurisdictions, they have emoluments, presidential edifices, the libraries where you can go and read. Young ones can really learn from these leaders. We need to do that. It shouldn't just be annual, verbal or statements in Parliament. But the library at Cape Coast and other facilities that we should put up, invest in to promote good governance. We should commit ourselves that truly we shall be celebrating the memory of all our fallen heroes and our national icons, for that matter. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The leadership one is going to...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will yield to the former majority leader of the late Professor Mills.
Yes, please. Yes, Honorable former leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to contribute to this touching statement by the MP for Kia. Mr. Speaker, if Atta Mills were still alive, he would have been 77 years old. And maybe like President Nana Addo, and therefore he would have seemed very useful to Ghana. At the time of his death, he was 68 years old. And that was a very mature time for him to continue to serve Mother Ghana. But God, once we loved him, I think God also loves him. In our Kusasi tradition, they say that God loves good people as well as we on earth also like the good people. I think that is why he was plucked from us. Mr. Speaker, I had encountered late President Mills in 3 different capacities. First, when I entered the University of Ghana in 1973 at the law faculty of the University of Ghana. He was my lecturer. He taught me commercial law and later on company law when we were doing the BL. And like Honorable Attachia observed, he was an efficient and very resourceful lecturer. Very, very resourceful. And was humble and very undiscriminatory. So besides that, Mr. Speaker, he was also very attractive sportsman. He was a member of the Hockey Club of Ghana, the national hockey team he was their leader. And that is how he became very, very popular. And at the University of Ghana too, besides teaching me, he was also the president of the amalgamated clubs of the University of Ghana. Amalgamated clubs was when all the sporting disciplines, football, table tennis, hockey, badminton, etc., came together and formed what they called amalgamated clubs of the University of Ghana. And it was not surprising that he was elected unopposed as president of the amalgamated clubs of Ghana. I worked closely with him there because I was the captain of sports in Legon Hall. And therefore, I worked under him as a sportsman, besides the fact that he lectured me in the law faculty.
Sports captain, what were you?
I was the sports athletics and cross country in the University of Ghana for Legon Hall. Under my leadership, we won athletics for 3-4 years and cross country, if you want to know. Mr. Speaker, after we left the university, I thought he was plucked from academia and then became a vice president in 1997 to late President Jerry John Rawlings. Together, he supported Rawlings and now was made Minister for Lands and Forestry. And the most important thing about him is the fact that at cabinet meetings, he chaired the meeting while President Jerry John Rawlings merely observed and came in when it was important for him to do so. And this was a disciplinarian. If he says cabinet meeting is at 10 o'clock, he'll be there. And of all the years that I met him in cabinet, he offered the opening prayer for us to start cabinet proceedings. And that was how religious and pious that he was. And he gave everybody in cabinet to express himself and to be able to direct their affairs. So he was liked by all of us who were in cabinet during the second term of President J.J. Rawlings. Then he contested elections 2000 as president and didn't make it. 2004 again and didn't make it. Out of resilience, he won the third time, and 2008 he won and won well. And I served under him again as an interior minister in 2009. Then after 1 year, he plucked me to come to Parliament and lead government business here in 2010. Mr. Speaker, as I came as majority leader and then the leader of the government business.
The leader of the House.
And leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, one significant thing I observed about him was that he was very, very accessible. I needed to take telephone and call him, Mr. President, can I come and see you? He said, okay, come at 2 o'clock or come at 5 or tomorrow morning first thing 7 o'clock. He was very, very accessible and he had a listening ear. He needed you to convince him and then he would listen to your story and accept it. We have very few presidents who easily give a listening ear to their leader or to their minister. So he was approachable and he was, I can describe, a man of the people. But one unfortunate thing is that on the 24th of July, 2012, around 11 o'clock in the morning when Parliament had started, the proceedings in the chamber had started. As the majority leader, the Speaker, as usual, read a message from the office of the President. And Madam Barford Ado read the message that the President was going to Nigeria for a one-day working visit, and that by the close of the day he would come back. So we all knew that President Atamis had left for Nigeria for a one-day working visit. Or about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I was on my feet when my Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Kuntu Blankson, who was also the MP for late President Mill's constituency, Mfansiman, came and whispered to me, to my ear, that old man is gone. I said, what are you talking about? You mean he has left for Nigeria? He's actually gone. He said, old man is dead. I said, but he died in Nigeria, or what do you mean by he's dead? The man left this morning at 10 o'clock to Nigeria for a one-day working visit. How can you say that he's dead? He said, it is true. So I gathered courage and then finished my submission, went out and called the office of the President, and I was told this sad news that he collapsed and was sent to 37 Military Hospital and he didn't make it. Very shortest period to die. So this is somebody that one cannot forget. If we are given the opportunity, you can talk about Atamil's, late President Atamil's for the whole day, but time doesn't spare us. Suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, that he, as I indicated, as a resourceful lecturer, as a sportsman, very disciplined, and then as a leader, vice president of the country, and then also president of this country, I think he had done his due. He has served his due for this country. And I think that the only way we can remember him is always to have him in our hearts and our prayers. So let me conclude by saying that late President Mills, we all know, he was a patriot, a nationalist. He did not discriminate. He was humble. Like my colleague said here, he allowed even opposition district chief executive to be in office for 6 months, 7 months. He didn't touch them. And then he built bridges. He was a team player. And he was very honest. He was very, very honest. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? Just one example. I remember either during the State of the Nation address, one of the State of the Nation addresses that he was delivering, he said that oil exploration started with President Rawlings. President J.J. Rawlings started oil exploration in this country. President Kufuor discovered oil in this country. And he, President Mills, produced oil. It was under his regime that we produced oil in this country. So he had given credit to 2 of the preceding presidents. One exploring, one discovering, and he producing. If we had some other presidents, they will arrogate to themselves all the good thing about producing oil, that they are in charge of producing oil, they found oil, they did everything, and they produced oil in this country. But President Mills gave praise to where it is due. And that is a mark of a good leader. So now that he's 77 in the grave, I wish he were still alive. And if he were still alive, would have had, even though he wouldn't have been president again, because he might have done 2 terms, he would have still been living, would have been useful to the country, and as a consultant, as a resource person, as an advisor and a stabilizer. He was a peacemaker. And I want all of us who are here, who are leaders today and future leaders, to emulate his example and continue to be approachable and accessible, and to be humble in our leadership, and to try to build bridges and not preach the principle winner takes all. Professor Tamis did not subscribe to winner takes all. And I hope that that is how he stabilized the country until he demised. May his soul rest in peace, and there will be peace for the family. Thank you.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, may we now take item 19.
I thought you wanted to make a contribute to the debate. The tribute to the former president.
I'm not contributing.
Very well, then. That brings us to the end of statements time for today. We will return to public business. The second deputy speaker will take the chair. Yes, Chairman, let's proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 19 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Yes, ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 20.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion listed as item 20 on today's order paper, and in the process present your committee's report. The Speaker, this is a report on the government of Ghana and Car Bank Limited for $170 million USD to finance the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th All-African Games in Accra in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the loan is to finance the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting of the 13th All-African Games, to augment government's effort to develop sports infrastructure in the country and also positively project the country to the world through the 13th All-African Games in particular and sports generally. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of the loan are clearly captured under paragraph 4 of your committee's report. Under paragraph 5, we see the projects, the component projects, and under paragraph 6, Mr. Speaker, we see the committee's observations. Mr. Speaker, there's one observation that, with your permission, I would like to read, whilst I request the Hansard Department to capture the content of the entire report. The committee noted, and I'm reading from paragraph 6.3, the committee noted that hosting the 13th All-African Games is not only for the international prestige as host, but will also provide Ghana with the opportunity to expand its sporting infrastructure and essential framework for developing all sports disciplines instead of the current emphasis on football. Mr. Speaker, your committee's report proceeds to look at issues relating to value for money, which the committee considered. And under paragraph 7, the committee rightfully concludes that this House approves by resolution the loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and Cal Bank for $170 million to finance the provision of sports infrastructure and the facilities listed on page 13 of your committee's report. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that was moved by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me say that the terms and conditions of this loan, Mr. Speaker, though commercial, but is competitive. Mr. Speaker, it is competitive in the sense that this loan was originally supposed to have been funded by an export credit facility. Speaker, if you have to compare the export credit facility that was earlier on supposed to be funding this project, for some reason government decided to change it, was more expensive, and Mr. Speaker, was not going to be beneficial to the economy. Speaker, I say this because the export credit agency loan was going to have 6% of insurance, political risk insurance. Speaker, so that would mean Ghana would have ended up paying 6% of 170 million for the purposes of political risk insurance. But in this case, since the loan is being taken from a local bank or a group of consortium, the Speaker, government of Ghana will end up saving the 5% to 6% of the 170 million. Speaker, that amount for me is quite big, and it's important that we stress it. And Speaker, what I find very curious is that since the loan was, Mr. Speaker, going to be sourced from the local banks, it is indeed important that the Ghanaian companies would have been given extra preferences, where some of them would have been given some opportunity to invest or to undertake some of these functions. Mr. Speaker, we know that companies like Mawums, Consa are involved, amounting to about 54 million. Mr. Speaker, the remaining 140 million is being funded by a foreign company. Speaker, I submit that going forward, the ministry should endeavor in engaging Ghanaian companies, because I believe that the work that this foreign company is doing, there are local Ghanaian companies that can do that. Mr. Speaker, this company, as I'm talking about, is actually incorporated in the United Kingdom. They are here as a branch, and they will not be paying corporate income tax at the same magnitude as a local company would have paid because of the tax treaty arrangement. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it's important to raise that concern. Again, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that as part of the export credit arrangement, most companies that government of Ghana signs on and bring them as part of the export credit agency arrangement and Exim Bank, they end up importing 60 to 70% of almost all the goods and services that were supposed to be used for the purposes of this construction. Mr. Speaker, that Ghana will not be obliged to import 60 to 70% of the 170 million, obviously for the purposes of the construction. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this will be beneficial to the Republic of Ghana than the previous arrangement. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that I would like to encourage the Ministry of Finance to look into domestic source of financing by engaging some of our local banks to be able to fund activities of this nature. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is more beneficial, more beneficial than bringing in Exim Bank loans or export credit agency loans. Some of those loans, Mr. Speaker, only benefit us in terms of the structure, but the economy generally does not benefit anytime we go for those loans. Mr. Speaker, I believe a loan of this nature will benefit us as a country far more than the export credit agency loans and the Exim loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It is before us for consideration. We invite 2, including leadership. 1, very well. So we will invite 1 contributor from each side. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make few comments in support of the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, the report has just been given to me, and I've gone through few things are baffling my mind, and I want to bring them to the so that my colleague, the Minister for Youth and Sports, will explain to the understanding of myself, and if there's anybody here also confused, for our understanding. Mr. Speaker, if you read option 3, hybrid model, constructing key facilities at Boteman, and completion of ongoing Legon Sports Stadium and refurbishment of the Legon Hostel facilities. Mr. Speaker, completion of the sports stadium at the University of Ghana is a laudable and a great move. It has been there for a very long time. And therefore, if there's a facility that we are going to approve, which is going to enable the Minister for Youth and Sports to be able to bring the work in progress at the University of Ghana to completion, Mr. Speaker, I will support that move. However, Mr. Speaker, reading through, I've seen that after completion of the university, I've seen something like University of Sports for Development. Is it going to be at the University of Ghana? Does it mean after constructing the sports stadium at the University of Ghana and completing that, adding the Boteman facilities, University of Ghana is going to be branded as University for Youth and Sports, for Sports Development? I want clarity on that. Mr. Speaker, we've just finished the statement on the late Professor Mills. And I know we have Winneba Sports College. University of Ghana, the premier university of the country, was the university that was producing the engineers, the lawyers, the doctors, and those things. But now, yes. So, after reading this, I want explanation. Somebody signaled I should wait when we come to the commercial agreement, but I want to be convinced. If not, then I'll go and do my research and wait till the commercial agreement. But as a product of the University of Ghana, who went there to learn political science and philosophy, and I'm here practicing, if now my university is going to specialize and be branded as a university for youth and sports development, I have some issues to raise on that. But I'll rest my case until we get to a commercial agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, resting my case, Mr. Speaker, I think to complete that abandoned project, I support the motion.
Yes, is there any contributor from this side? Then I'll put the question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes, Honorable Minister may move the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution listed at item 21 on page 16 and 17 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any seconder?
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against the resolution say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Well. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I'll seek your leave so that items numbered 23, 26, and 29, which are procedural motions, be moved together. Speaker, with your leave.
Very well. Chairman, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to move motions number 23 of page 17, 26 of page 19, and 29 of page 21 of today's order paper together, because this commercial agreement covers 3 contracts and have been captured in a single report. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motions number be taken now. I so move.
Yes.
I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, these 3 motions are procedural. So the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Yes, Honorable, the ayes have it. Honorable Chairman, you may move the substantive motion.
Yes. Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Chairman, you are moving 24,
27 and
27 and 30 together.
Yeah.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motions number 24 and 27 and 30 of today's order paper be adopted now. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I'll present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the loan facility from Car Bank Ghana Limited will be disbursed for 3 different companies who are to provide the relevant infrastructure for the Africa Games 2023. The first is Contractor UK, covered by an international contract, and other 2 contracts are with local contractors, CONSA and Mawoons. All 3 contracts are before Parliament for scrutiny. The agreement with CONSA is an innovation on an existing contract before the University of Ghana, Legon, and CONSA Limited for the construction of the Legon Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, I will require the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I take the observations and the recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that this project, when completed, will not only make the event successful, but the international prestige as a host. That will help the country's effort to expand its sporting infrastructure for the disciplines in the country. This is not the first time Ghana is hosting an international sporting event, but it usually involves only football, and so this opportunity will enable Ghana bid to host international tournaments in other disciplines in the future. Environmental impact assessment, Mr. Speaker. Subplot 4 to 10 of the proposed agreement enjoins the contractor to enable an environmental and social impact assessment. The committee is of the view that the clause is very important. It will ensure. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, after exhaustively scrutinizing the 3 agreements and all attached documents, as well as clarifying all issues related thereto, recommend that this House approve the following. 1. Commercial agreement of $145,086,057 United States dollars and 54 cents between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and Contractor Construction UK Limited, for the provision of sports infrastructure for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games, Accra 2023. 2. The commercial agreement of $34,120,155 United States dollars between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and CONSA Limited, for the provision of sports infrastructure for the hosting and organization of the 30th African Games 2023. And lastly, the committee, however, wishes to reiterate its request that Ministry of Youth Clause 1, 1, 4, and 7 of the FEDEX Central General Conditions of Contract to the particular conditions of contract with Contractor UK, and also furnish the House with copies of the value for money audit reports on all 3 contracts once they are ready and contracts become effective. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Very well. Yes, Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, I have few comments to make. And that's, Mr. Speaker, after perusing and going through the entire contract, the committee, for the 3 companies that are supposed to execute these projects, namely contractor that is going to handle the project at Boteman, is supposed to undertake the various jobs as building 1,000-seater competition swimming pool, 8-lane warm-up swimming pool, 1,000-seater multi-purpose sports hall, 500-seater temporal dome, 5 tennis courts complex, including 1,500 collapsible to 1,000-seater center courts, access roads, general utility infrastructure, construction parking lots, construction administration blocks, etc., for an amount of $145 million US dollars. And so goes with CONSA Limited, that is going to do
the upgrading and completion of the Legon Sports Stadium, also spending about 50 million, 187,000 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, Maums is also the local company that is also doing a similar work, refurbishment of hostel facilities at the University of Ghana, Legon. Just to make the meaning of the hybrid idea or concept adopted by government in hosting the All-African Games or the African Games in 2023. And also, the contracts will actually come to force when certain conditions are fulfilled. And it's worth mentioning that key is the parliamentary approval, the signing of the contract agreement, the submission of the performance security of the contract to the employer. Key among them is the money audit. When we're looking at it, we're not able to get, but I think it has been done, and hopefully that will be in about, and therefore when they get it, all the conditions there are supposed to be fulfilled before the contract comes to force. And so by ratifying this, that's not the contract into action. We have to wait for certain key conditions precedents. Then, Mr. Speaker, you would notice that I think when the ranking member for the Finance Committee was speaking was clear by mentioning the need for some attention given to local companies to also enjoy jobs going forward. And so clearly the committee found space in this report to make mention of the fact that local companies are also given place in the subcontract portion of this whole execution, so that they can also benefit in the whole job. And next time, if it is possible, we should look within than maybe going out, because I believe by now we have the expertise, we have the people, we have the ability and the capacity over the period that I'm sure with that we are intending carrying out. We think and believe that Ghanaians are capable of handling that, and therefore there's a need for us to give a lot more attention to it. Then, Mr. Speaker, the environmental impact assessment. Here, it is key, and I just want to re-emphasize and reiterate that the report, as we requested, was not ready. The minister has actually indicated a readiness to push for that to be ready, because it is key. It's very important that we have, and then you also promised furnishing us with condition precedents, documents of that, and then finish this house with copies of those, so that we can know that at least for monitoring purposes, we are actually in speed with you. So with all this and what my chairman has indicated, I believe everything is quite okay. So I support the motion, Mr. Speaker. Very well. Yes, Honorable Member Fadaku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion and to make these few comments of my own, Mr. Speaker. The minister previously came here and told us they adopted option 3 of the program, which is to refurbish or complete existing sites because the quantum of money available. Mr. Speaker, I have these few comments about. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the scope of work, it appears the ministry is still in the process of firming up exactly what is going to be built. Let members be aware that not all the facilities are permanent facilities. Some of them are going to be game facilities, so that when the games are over, they are either going to decommission them and relocate them to somewhere else or something else. So that should be on our mind. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to take note that normally we allow contractors to be paid up to 20% advance payment. In this contract, it's 15%. And the contract also talks about, allowing them insurance as the guarantee. Mr. Speaker, the right thing to do is to do bank guarantee and rather give them 20% advance payment based on a bank guarantee instead of 15% with insurance.
Mr. Speaker, also the minister should note the standard in this country is for 12 months defect liability period. I've seen 180 in the document. That is not acceptable at all. It should be a 12-month defect liability period. VFM, we are told VFM is condition precedent. That is, these figures are just budgets. We don't have a full-scale design or DOQ to determine whether everything is all right. But the good thing is that they will do, a value for money with a reputable organization to be able to determine that. Mr. Speaker, I also noted they are intending to do a schedule of payment. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when we approve things in this House and say milestone payment, we tell the contractor you can raise a certificate every 2 months or every month. What tends to happen, Mr. Speaker, is that the developers pin government down to it and say that when I raise a certificate, whether I've actually done the work or not, Parliament has approved that I should be paid this money. Mr. Speaker, the ministry should make sure that the milestone payments are pegged to actual work done on site. So you don't just give them money because it's end of the month, they should raise certificate. If you do that, you realize that the actual work on site will be falling behind and where you are advancing more to them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I think the minister previously told us that the amount of money we are going to invest in this will be less than the money we will get in terms of after the games. That indeed the facility becomes legacies that can be used to train the new generation of young people. Once the value for money is done, we hope that COVID goes away, that we can accrue some benefits. Otherwise, you see what's happening for Olympic Games that nobody can attend. We pray that that passes over Ghana, that we will, by the time we do this, we'll be able to visit the stadia and the young people will be inspired to come up with a new generation of sportsmen and women in this country. This few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity for supporting the motion.
Yes, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion with few observations from your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, this House is called to approve a commercial agreement. Looking at this document, this is not a commercial agreement. We all have in this House public financial management law. And in that law, members of Finance Committee have criteria that they use to approve financial agreements. And therefore, any commercial agreement that comes to this House, we also need guidelines as to what exactly we are looking for, irrespective of which committee it belongs to. Mr. Speaker, this report, Mr. Speaker, is just putting together words and then adding FIDIC agreement. This is my first time in this House for 2 years. I've seen a FIDIC condition of contract added to a report as part of the report. The actual particulars of conditions, Mr. Speaker, are not detailed enough. There are two separate contracts. One novation contract, which we have with the company name is Constra. Constra is already working on the site. He has his own contract. He only needs support for him to continue. Now, in this report, we don't know whether Constra is to use the FIDIC condition or which we have now, or the condition of contract that he's working with. Then we have two other contractors who are fairly new, who will be using the FIDIC contract. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, if we have two different contracts, and you gave us only one condition of contract, and we are called upon to approve it, telling us that we should approve for only one condition of contract, then there's a little problem. But I believe that the minister is taking note of that. I've also noticed that in the condition, the contract sum is not a fixed sum contract. And I want this House to take note that it's subject to fluctuation. So it means that the monies we are allocating or we are approving for this commercial contract could go high or could come down. And this House must take decision what here. If it's going high, the ministry should come back to the House or accept that the fluctuation should be given to the contractor, irrespective of how much it goes high, it goes up with. These are things that we should be discussing as a House, so that tomorrow nobody will come back and say this House has approved $170 million, and then now the contract sum is over $250 million US dollars. We should agree on that. Mr. Speaker, finally, I have noticed that as my colleague has mentioned, the advanced mobilization will be secured with a security from a financial institution. The same thing applies to performance bonds. Performance security will also be secure from the financial institution, which is okay. Mr. Speaker, I also urge that the condition precedent that will make this contract come into fruition should be fulfilled. But I've noticed, as I mentioned, that this contract has not been signed. So we are looking, has not been signed between the ministry and the contractor. So we are looking at a draft contract. Maybe henceforth, before, the minister is doing very well, but next time he should sign a contract before bringing the contract to us. Because what we are witnessing now is just a draft contract, not a full contract. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Very well. Around BT, but be snappy for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the motion, and in doing so, I want to draw the attention of the House to Article 37(5) of the 1992 Constitution, and with your permission, I quote, "The state shall ensure that adequate facilities for sports are provided throughout Ghana and that sports are promoted as a means of fostering national integration, health, and self-discipline, as well as international friendship and understanding." Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that all these facilities are concentrated in one development zone. Meanwhile, we have 3 development zones. Even though the agreement is to concentrate the games in one location, I want that this House, and for that matter, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, will also consider that going forward, the other developmental zones will also be considered in the provision of sports infrastructure in line with Article 37(5) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, when we met, we observed that the post-game usage of the facility is also very critical. For instance, the location of the games may generate another problem similar to what happened when the roads were tied some time ago and the university decided to block all entrance and exit points, which created some difficulties for motorists who hitherto were using that road to access either Medina or Achimota. I would want that the Ministry of Youth and Sports should have an MOU with the university, because investing a huge sum of $50 million plus is no mean a small amount, and for the facilities to be left unattended to by elite athletes or made available for elite athletes to use them, it will mean that we have just provided an infrastructure or facilities which will only be used for the African Games, and then once a while we'll have some games coming. So the MOU should capture the post-games usage of this facility so that it will be for the benefit of sportsmen and women, and then also to enhance the development of talents in the country. Mr. Speaker, Winneba Sports College was established purposely to train sportsmen and women by providing camping facilities, also for training coaches and other technical officials in the various disciplines. I would have thought that a component of trying to develop the Winneba Sports College to play its statutory role would have been made available in this particular document. But all is not lost, and I believe that this will not be the first time that the ministry will come to this House to request for funds to continue with sports infrastructure. But I think that priority must be given to Winneba Sports College so that it would continue to play its statutory role. Most of us were trained there. I was trained in the former specialist training college there and came out as a physical education expert. And that has brought me up in the sports ladder. Winneba has the potential, and it has done it before, and it is capable of doing it again. Mr. Speaker, the maintenance of the facility is also another critical issue. If you recall, all the infrastructure that has been developed, take the stadium in Sekondi, which was built for CAN 2008, or then take that of Accra Sports Stadium. Constantly we are going around rehabilitating it and repairing it because the usage of the facilities have not been considered in the maintenance of those infrastructure. Monies allocated to the ministry is always inadequate to maintain the facilities. Let us look at them, maintain them properly, so that we can add more to it, and then Ghana can depend on sports as an country. And Ghana, with this infrastructure that we are going to use for the African Games, we should be able to expand to cover all the parts of this country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much.
Yes, honourable members. Yes, honourable minister. I'm just re-emphasizing what honourable BT Baba said. This facility is focusing on the southern sector because of the nature of the sports that we are going to have. Bear in mind that we have the middle sector and the northern sector. So next time, try to also get facilities of equal stature for the middle section and the northern section, so that we can have holistic sporting development in Ghana. So on that note,
Mr. Speaker, I just raise some few points, and to ensure that the minister carry on with that. Mr. Speaker, according to the debate, we are approving this agreement, where at the end, the actual could differ from the amount we are approving now. And also, as condition precedent, we need to have value for money. So I want to stress the point that the value for money is very important. That will determine the actual at the end. If we don't do it, and at the end the cost becomes unbearable, then we blame ourselves as a house. So the condition precedent, which is a value for money audit, must be undertaken as early as possible. My second point is that if you put a trade contract together, that is 195 with some fractions. Now we have approved the financial agreement of 170. We know you said that there is a budget provision for the difference. We should not have a situation where the budget will not be able to meet the difference. And that can also affect the work. So the Ministry of Finance should ensure that when the payment is due, the portion that the budget will finance should also be released on time so that the work can be completed on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes. So the resolution, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
So you are taking resolution 25, 28, and 31 as a whole.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution item number 25 on page 18, 28 on page 20, and 31 on page 22 on the order paper be adopted by this House. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Yes. Honorable Ayomi.
Yes. I second the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against the resolution say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, may we now take item number 9 on page 7, which is a motion.
Item number 9 on page 7. Leader, can you take the 9, 10, and 11?
9, 10.
9, 10.
Yeah.
Can you take it at a go?
Yes.
Yes.
Speaker,
I wonder.
With your leave, if you so permit, but I thought that the reports were two different reports. But if you permit, we can take the two together.
Yes, the reports are two separate reports, but the same from the same Forestry Commission. So the chairman can take the two so that we can consider the two together. So, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I want to move that this Honorable House adopt the reports of the Committee on Lands and Forestry on the annual reports of the Forestry Commission for the years 2016 and 17. Motion number 9 and 10 on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I present your committee's reports. I will read some few portions of the report and expect the Hansard office to capture the entire reports as having been read in full. 2016. Observation. The committee observed that the sum of 58.3 million was spent on the compensation of employees of the Commission in 2016, exceeding the budgeted amount of 50.07 million by 16.4%. The Commission explained that the disparity was due to under-budgeting of compensation for the Commission's employees for the year under review, which was subsequently resolved by the Ministry of Finance and payment effected accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed an increase in the number of infractions in the forest and wildlife protected areas within the year 2016 and was of the view that activities within these areas were not adequately monitored. The Commission informed the committee that a rapid response team had been deployed to clamp down on illegal activities within the forest and wildlife areas. Mr. Speaker, the Commission informed the committee that 170 permits were approved and issued in 2016, representing about 10% fall from the 189 processed and issued in 2015. According to the Commission, permits were only issued to the applicants in some regions of the country to salvage trees in the off-reserve, which were undergoing development such as road construction, human settlement, expansion, and cultivation of farms as permitted by LI 1649 of the age, Timber Resource Management Regulations. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, for 2016, the effective management of natural resources and the restoration of the degraded environment are critical to wealth creation as well as sustainable economic growth. The committee observed that progress towards ensuring restoration and degraded land and forest cover laws has not been encouraging. Accordingly, the committee urges the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to intensify the implementation strategies and programs aimed at improving the forest and wildlife resources. Mr. Speaker, I'll go to 2017. Mr. Speaker, for 2017, I'll take item 5.4, protection of forests and wildlife resources. The committee observed that the Commission had made demarcations and mounted pillars along boundaries of some selected forest reserves to prevent illegalities and encroachment. However, the absence of real-time monitoring within the catchment of the protected area limits the ability of the Commission to identify and quantify the extent of encroachment and the illegal activities in the protected area of the country. The committee recommends to the Commission to employ technologies such as Geographic Information System using satellite imagery for effective monitoring of forest reserves and illegal activities. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, forests and wildlife resources are essential elements to the socio-economic development of the country. However, the high rate of illegalities has led to over-exploitation of these resources over the period. The committee is of the view that the Commission will be able to achieve its mandate of ensuring effective protection, conservation, development, and regulation of forests and wildlife resources in the country if it is well resourced. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its reports on the annual reports of the Forestry Commission for 2016 and 2017. Respectfully submitted.
Very well. Yes. Ranking, Honourable Member for Wasa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, this report is very important given the closeness of the report to present circumstances. In the last few years, reports were given with a time lag of nearly a decade. This time around, there's a 3 years decade from 2017 to 2021 and 4 years from 2016, which is an improvement over the few years when reports were brought to us. One of the issues that we recognized was that we encourage them to try to close the gap so that when reports are brought, we can comment on them and help them to be able to catch up with the challenges they are facing. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have recognized is that the Forestry Division has a number of issues that pose challenge to them, and essentially are the challenge of degradation of the land, the challenge of illegal chainsaw operators destroying the forest, and the need for them to stop them and then be able to plant trees to recoup the lost lands. This is very crucial for them, given the fact that a lot of efforts are made using rapid response teams in order to fight off these individuals and groups of people who just walk into the forest and cause confusion in the land. We have noticed that they have made a number of efforts to try to reclaim the land and to make sure that individuals who are working on the land, private people, are able to contribute to restoring the land. The issue of the forest not being able to be controlled effectively is because indigenous people are finding it difficult to live off the land. More and more, it is their livelihood, is their source of income. So they are finding it difficult to leave the land in peace because they live off it. And so because of that, even though there is effort to reclaim the land, they are finding it really, really difficult. And that is where we try to sympathize with them, but encourage them to use other means. For example, in providing alternative livelihoods for people who live in the land so that they can live off the land and be able to allow them to do their work effectively. The ecosystem, one of the challenges we are also facing is the use of an incentive for tourism to revamp. And the challenge, as again we are facing, is that this is becoming difficult, even though between the last year, 2015 and 2016, there had been an increase. In the 2017 report, there are challenges that are recapping, the same challenges of how to protect the land, the challenges of people using the land illegally as and when they like, and the fact that there is enough work to be done. We notice that in order to support them, one way by which we can do it is to support them to get more people to work, because they are having a big labor shortage, which is critical to the division. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to second and support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, the motion has been moved and has also been seconded. It is for the House to consider the two motions. So I will invite honorable member for Asokwa. Then I'll come to the leadership. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Actually, broadly speaking, the report actually highlighted the key achievements of the Commission and some challenges encountered during the 2016 period. But the report clearly demonstrates that activities undertaken during the period were geared towards achieving the vision and the mission statement of the Commission, as well as overall goals and strategies of the GDA2 and the sector medium-term plan. Ultimately, the activities undertaken by the Commission in 2016 are expected to result in sustainable management of Ghana's forest and wild resources. But my observation And I think it is heartwarming to note that the Commission made progress in fighting a number of illegalities going on in the forest reserves, including chainsaws operators, illegal mining, and illegal farming, as indicated in the report. And you can also find it in page 18 of the main report. Even more interesting is the fact that most of the people involved in these illegal operations were prosecuted in accordance with the law. Guns were seized, given to the Ministry of Interior, and the seized lumber were auctioned within the catchment area where the lumber was seized. But Mr. Speaker, I have a concern. One of the major concerns is selling these lumber within the same catchment area doesn't serve as a deterrent. And I wanted the ministry to take cognizance of that fact, because these things are in scarcity. I'm talking about lumber. And it can be sold at any price. So the same people who are the illegal operators will repurchase and sell out. And it doesn't stop them from engaging themselves in these practices. There's also a school of thought that beneficial to the people think that seized excavators and the funds should be given to the MMDAs. I don't think we have to be behaving like ostriches. We know very well that these MMDs, CAs are involved in this illegal mining. So giving them is empowering them and encouraging them to do what we are trying to stop them from doing. And then I'm also looking at the plantation establishment and maintenance of plantations. And even though in the report they were not able to achieve, it is no mean achievement. To establish these plantations, I tell you, it's remarkable. It's a remarkable achievement. And I think what the ministry should also engage itself to do is to ensure that more private people will be engaged in it. And it is encouraging to also learn that now people have turned their attention, they are interested in establishing these plantations. The ministry, and one thing we also have to commend them on is the fact that in establishing the plantations, they don't just leave them. They actually set out monitoring scheme for sustainability. And it is something that we need to encourage. With these few words, I want to also add my voice in ensuring that the report is adopted accordingly. Thank you.
Yes, leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in support of the two motions. Mr. Speaker, I've taken a careful look at the two reports given to me. Annual report of the Forestry Commission for the year 2016 and annual report of the Forestry Commission for the year 2017. Mr. Speaker, coming from the same department or agency, one would have expected that the layout of the two reports or the format would look the same. However, the 2017 one is more detailed than the 2016 one. And I don't want to believe that the information contained in the 2017 one were not given in the 2016 one. And if that is the case, that is not the case, then I strongly believe that the 2016 one is too hollow and is lacking vital information. So, Speaker, when you take the 2017 one, there are comparisons. The number of visitors in 2016 and those number of visitors in 2017 in our tourism or forestry or national parks. However, when you take the 2016 one, the comparison of 2016 and 2015 is not given. And how can we believe or how can we know whether we are making progress or not? The essence of annual reports is to strengthen the oversight function of this House. Already, we are lagging behind. However, I must commend the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources for being the first in bringing annual reports to this 8th Parliament. The Speaker, they've done well. Better late than never. We started in the 7th Parliament following some departments and agencies to bring their annual reports. Because of the component of the financial and audited accounts attached to the annual reports, most agencies and departments are running away. Lands and Natural Resources, you show the way. And so, Speaker, I think we must take it upon ourselves to make sure whether we will come with parliamentary questions or roll up the other tools to make sure that the other departments and agencies follow suit. Some are outstanding, have been outstanding for 6 years, some 5 years, some 4 years. You are just only 3 years. You have done well. But, Mr. Speaker, a careful look at the 2017 report shows that there is a decreasing trend in the visitation of our ecotourism sites. However, the revenue accruing to the Forestry Commission is on the ascendancy. I was thinking whether it was the fees and charges that were increased, and that is what were deterring tourists from visiting our tourist site. Mr. Speaker, they were able to increase their revenue by 199% in 2017, if that is true. However, visitation to our tourist site decreased by 14%. So while those who are visiting our tourist site is decreasing, our revenue is increasing. As for money or increase in revenue, it's a good thing. But we must find the root causes of why people are not visiting our tourist sites or our national parks and other facilities. Mr. Speaker, the report also goes on to say that there was a budget of 11.3 million budgeted for, or as our expectation from donor partners. However, donor component increased from 11.3 million to 23.2 million. And this money was received from the African Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, this was a good thing. And I believe this underscores the reason why a lot of youth were recruited into the Forestry Commission to go and work. They provided a lot of jobs. If that is true, I was expecting to see such a thing in the report. Maybe the recruitment might have happened in 2018, even though the funds were received in 2017. If that is the case, I leave that portion of my submission to the waiting for the 2018 report. Mr. Speaker, in bringing my statement or my submission to conclusion, I want to commend them, but while commending them, I want to call upon them to expedite action on the 2018 report so that we can be able to assess ourselves as to whether we are making judicious use of those increased revenue from 36 million to 100 and something million. With this few comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you very much.
Yes. Speaker, I speak in support of the motion. And let me begin on a note of disagreeing with my respected colleague. I've seen the two reports. I think the two reports are detailed enough. There is an attempt to draw comparison and relativity, and so it's very positive, and one cannot help but comment.
This is clearly a positive sign of the Akufo-Addo government, and you cannot help but admire. I want to commend my good friend, the Deputy Minister, in his ministry and his outfit, and the chairman, but to agree with my colleague that they should press on, and I'm sure we can do more than we've done. There is an achievement of reduction in chainsaw operation by a tracking system, which for me is a novelty. For a long time, I've followed the forest operation. I think this is positive and we should be proud about it. Speaker, then there is expression of the Red Plus concept, and then our attempt as a country to respect international conventions related to the UNFCCCs, which are international conventions that Ghana has signed on to. So clear, consistent attempts by the ministry to meet these international conventions. Today, forest conservation and protection is not, you cannot live in your small country and do it. It's a global village. And what you do in Ghana connects to other parts of the world. So that is why our attempt at meeting, for instance, the NDCs, nationally determined contributions, the Red Plus concept are all key concepts. Why would the World Bank come to collaborate with us, especially in support of planting of trees and some good light in this country and some of the good things we are doing? If you look at the two reports, there's an abundant expression finding itself in the report talking about the growth of seedlings. It's been a challenge for a long time to find seedlings to plant, has always been a challenge. I'm happy to know and happy to report that this is something we need to be proud of. I however wish to caution and remind the minister and the ministry that we've had and heard complaints of our forest guards and our youth who are into afforestation about not receiving consistent payment. We are told there are arrears of payment. We want to urge the minister and the ministry to ensure that we bring finality to these arrears and encourage the youth to help in the plantation of trees and the protection of our forests. Speaker, let me conclude. On a note, I made some good impression from what the Honorable Pepper spoke about when he talked about protection of the forests and then the involvement of locals. It cannot be the situation that we take people from one district to another district to protect the forest. We must cultivate the habit of using the real indigents to protect the forest. I think they know their way out of the forest, and when we encourage them, they should be able to protect it. Finally, on carbon sink, we must put in more effort on carbon sink and to rake in the necessary global advantages that come with it. But having said that, it will not be out of place to commend the minister and to urge him to continue on that path to ensure that we get all the other areas in terms of the report brought to this house. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let me invite the Deputy Minister to just give a brief remarks so that we bring it to a conclusion. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all the contributors who contributed to the annual report of the Forestry Commission for the years 2016 and 2017, which was ably presented by the chairman of the Committee on Lands and Forestry. Mr. Speaker, and also to commend the agency and its staff for making sure that they brought a report timely to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, for the information of the House, it's on record that as we speak now, the annual report for 2018 and 2019 have already been laid in Parliament. And your committee has assured us that within the next 2 weeks, they are going to work on it to also make sure their report will be presented to the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Commission is doing well with the resources that is approved for them to be able to help conserve our forest resources and then also our wildlife resources. Mr. Speaker, it is important that they ensure that they contribute and also place more emphasis on ecotourism because, Mr. Speaker, the more you invest in the ecotourism sector, the more you help in conserving the forest. As we speak now, it's on record that this year, for instance, in 2021, we as a nation will be meeting our forest restoration targets that we set for ourselves. We set a target of 20,000 hectares to be done this year, but then we are on record to have gone past 25,000 hectares. And that is very, very laudable. Mr. Speaker, also for the youth in afforestation, we are on record as a government to have paid them up to the month of April. And so I would say that we are only in arrest for May and June. We are only in arrest for May and June. And the Ministry of Finance has assured us that they are going to work to ensure they get the other months which are outstanding. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank all the members of the House and also urge them to approve the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, the report has been with us, we debated. So the question is, as many as are in favor of the two reports, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The report are hereby adopted.
Speaker, may we now 8A on page 3. 8A, and with your leave, ask the Honorable John Kumar, the Deputy Minister of Finance, to do the laying.
Yes, Minority, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily I will not raise any objection, but looking at the item, it's supposed to be laid by the Minister for Health. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance. The Chief Whip is seeking permission for the Deputy Minister for Finance to lay it. The Speaker, if he can brief or make short or explanatory statement before laying it, because I know this paper was just recently brought to this House, and there's a change of variation on it. And the ministers for health, none of them is here. The deputy is not here, the minister is not here. A deputy minister for finance is to lay it. If he can make a short explanatory statement on as to whether there's variation on the existing one that was already laid here before we can grant him that to lay it.
I thought, my friend, we have an understanding and we've been working together. But I will litigate. I can assure him that the Deputy Minister is capable of giving him and carrying him along, give him that explanation he so desires to hear. So, no problem. Speaker, if you made that right.
Yes.
That are proving difficult. This is something I would have asked the minister if he himself were to be here to lay it, or his deputy, because the document was just recently before us. There's a change or a variation, and a new one is to be laid. At least it is only appropriate that a short explanatory statement is made on the reason why there's variation and the reason why this is to be laid.
Honorable Hip, this is just laying. Just please allow.
Mr. Speaker, the standing orders make provision for that.
Honorable Minister, please go ahead and.
Change variation order to the EPC 10-key contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Health, and Contractor Construction UK Limited for a sum of 138,500,000 euros to complete a revised scope of works in respect of the execution of the modernization of the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, KATH, Maternity and Children's Block.
Honorable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report. Yes, Leader, I think we are tired. Tell us something.
We are not tired. We are strong. Speaker, may I now, and based on consultations I've had with my colleague, move for the adjournment of the House tomorrow, 2 p.m. in the afternoon? I so move.
Yes, Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, we've been here for more than 4 hours. Ordinarily, there will be no need for a move for adjournment. But, Mr. Speaker, it is only important that the chair makes an announcement to the public in order for visitors not to troop into the parliamentary chamber tomorrow, because last week, Friday, when the business statement was being read, it was made clear that the Minister for Finance will be in the House tomorrow to present the media review. If there's a change of the program, it is only appropriate that as we are adjourning today, we clear the air for the public to be aware that the media review is no longer coming on tomorrow, Thursday, the 22nd of July, as was programmed on the business statement on Friday. If the air is not cleared, tomorrow before you come, the public galleries will be full, only to be told that Parliament is no longer going to have the media review or the supplementary budget. So I think the chair or the leader of government business or the acting leader will have to make a short statement on that, just for the public to have confidence in the House that there's a change, and that is why we are not doing it.
Yes, very well. My majority whip will tell Ghanaians something.
First of all, I commend my good friend for bringing the matter up and nudging us accordingly. So that is what it is. At the conclave, we came to a consensus, and based on some good consultation that have gone on, that the originally planned program of media review, supposed to be presented by the Minister of Finance, has been rescheduled to next week, Thursday, 29. So that is the confirmation, Speaker. Next week, Thursday, 29. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me thank all of you for your active participation even at this time. The House is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow, Thursday, the 22nd July 2021 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.